70s and early 80s, he was Washington's poster boy. They couldn't get enough of him. Saddam Hussein, he's pro-West. He's our ally. He's pro-American. They gave him aid. They gave him bacteriological stuff to use against the Iranians. They sigged him on the Iranians because they didn't like Iran's nationalizing their oil and all that. It's when Saddam Hussein started committing economic nationalism, when he got out of line on the oil prices and the oil quotas, when he made it clear he wasn't going to privatize his economy, when he started developing his country and committing economic nationalism, as opposed to what you should do in a neo-colonial empire. In a neo-colonial empire, if you are a faithful servant of that empire, you are a comprador leader. That is, you lead your people, but you respond to what Washington wants. You say, come on in, boys, it's all yours. Take it, the natural resources, the oil, whatever you want. Our people get out of line, we'll crack them down. You just give me the aid, give me the guns, give me all that, and I'll take care of them. And you take care of me, take care of my brother Jose, my cousin this and that, or whatever, if it's Latin America, or if it's Africa, or Middle East, wherever it might be. And there's no environmental protection laws here. There's no minimum wage to worry about. There's no child labor laws to worry about. There's no occupational safety laws. You don't have any of that trouble cutting in. This is capitalism working at its best. This is the way the free market is meant to work. None of those regulations, none of those kind of things. You don't have to pay your workers paid vacations. You don't have to pay them pensions. You don't have to worry about medical care or any of that stuff. This is straight free market, all on your terms. You can pay them 18 cents an hour and you'll get richer and richer. It's all yours. Those are the kind of leaders who are called pro-West, staunch allies of the US, pro-American. And the ones who challenge that, the ones who go against that, the ones who pose an alternative way of using the land, the labor, the natural resources, and the markets of the country, those are the ones who are called anti-American, anti-West. What does that mean, anti-West? Like Cesar Chavez or Gaddafi for a while and such. Or Castro. It doesn't matter if they're communist or Christian socialists like the Sandinistas were in Nicaragua, or even right-wing militarists like Saddam Hussein in Iraq. So they tell us these things, that this is why we're there, to save people, to introduce them to democracy, to help them, teach the poor little itty-bitty, apparently not very bright Iraqis self-governance, teach them how they can govern themselves. Here's a 5,000-year civilization. We're going to go in and teach them some things. This is the civilization that brought us writing, the alphabet, a lot of the early science, and such. Very bright, resourceful people, but they haven't learned what we are going to be able to do now. Teach them. Again, leaving out what? Leaving out the fact about the 1968 revolution and the country they were building on their own if they had been left and given an opportunity to build that country. The imperialists, the empire builders, also. Doesn't have any projection. You got to stand like this with a. You can't get it a little higher, huh? No, never mind. Blank look when it comes. I know you can hear me because I'm straining. I'm talking without the mic. I would like to be able to get the mic, and this is the only. Either you get the saturation stuff, or you get me shouting to you without any amplification. It's amazing, you know. You can't. My unfulfilled ambition is to go to a college where they've got the sound system down. You know, but it's just. I mean, how long has amplified sound been with us now? About 100 years. When are they going to get it so that it would be effortless or something? It's working. You should feel what my throat is feeling. Okay. Another thing the imperialists do is play upon our patriotic pride. You get one thing that's often bandied about is the idea that the United States is a unique country. It has a unique history. You want to know something? That's absolutely true. It's a very unique, remarkable country, unique history. No other country has a history the United States has. But you know, that's true of almost every country. They all have unique, fascinating histories. China, Egypt, Ireland, France, Great Britain. I mean, so many of them. They all have all sorts of interesting histories. Italy, Nigeria, South Africa. All sorts of things, all sorts of remarkable accomplishments, incredible transitions, horrible atrocities, unusual ethnic mixes, and all sorts of kinds of conflicts. It's fascinating. The other thing we hear, though, when that's said about unique, they say we have a unique mission. And then that's introducing the idea of the Messianic nation. I talk about that in my book, Super Patriotism. I think I have a chapter in that called the Messianic nation. And again, you want to know something? A lot of countries thought they were the Messianic nation. You could read the early French nationalists like Michelet, who talked about France being the essence of, France being the center of the, not Western Europe, not all of Europe, but the world. That an idea did not become an idea of Western culture until it reached Paris or something. That the French had a mission to bring the Republic to other people, and so forth. You get it from the early Slavic nationalists, the Russian nationalists like Dostoevsky, talking about Holy Mother Russia, which had a mission which was to bring all the Slavic peoples, unite them, and bring them up, elevate them to a new spiritual level, away from the degeneracy and materialism that was infecting the West, that kind of thing. In India, you had the Indian National Congress in the 19th century talking about the Aryan mission of India, not just for the subcontinent, but for the whole world, that India, with its spiritual richness, would lead mankind through its troubled and tattered, gloomy past out into a new, bright vision and future. And this is what India will do if we could unite and all get together and develop our national consciousness and then be an example to not only ourselves, but to the whole world, and a power and a force for this sort of thing. You can go back, the Roman Empire, the British Empire. Go back to the Old Testament. Read about the chosen people. The chosen people doing God's work on earth. That's one of the earliest messianic nations that we have actual literate script about. Italy, the Italian nationalists like Gioberti, who talked about the Italians as being the new chosen people, or even more so, more prominently, Giuseppe Mazzini. Mazzini talked about Italy having led the world twice before, in ancient Rome and then with the Vatican, through Christendom for 1,000 years, and now an Italian republic will emerge, and it will bring democracy and peace and all this stuff. It was a pretty benign message he had, but it still was a messianic nation. What the hell is this guy talking about? The average Italian peasant was trying to keep body and soul together and was not about to lead the entire world to a new enlightenment. The German nationalists like Treitschke and Fichte, the same kind of thing, that Germany, Macht with power, which would develop its power and weld the world together and bring order and a little harsher, but develop it and be finally a benign force. So Americans are very, in thinking that we are an exceptional people, we're very unexceptional. That thought, it's a very unexceptional thought. There are many others who have had the same thought, believe it or not. Now, rulers do not only play upon our messianic and patriotic pride, they play even more decisively on our fear. That becomes a big thing. I remember a very quiet but dramatic moment of it. I think I was the only person who seemed to notice it back in 1990. George Bush Sr. wanted a war against Iraq. Saddam Hussein had not only done all these things, but then went in and took over Kuwait. Because the Kuwaitis were slant drilling under the Ramallah oil fields and siphoning off Iraqi oil. And he kept telling them to stop, stop. If he was smart, what he should have done was just gone and just taken that portion of the border. Instead, he conquers the whole country, giving the U.S. a tailor-made excuse for going in. Still, as of November of 90, the polls showed that Americans supported diplomatic and negotiated withdrawal of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. They did not, rather, I'm talking about 70, 80% preferred a negotiated settlement. And in fact, the French and Russians were pursuing just such a settlement with Iraq. Get your troops out of Kuwait, avoid getting attacked. Blah, blah. The Americans are really in high dudgeon on this. The American leaders are. The American people weren't. They didn't want to start sending troops over. Where? Kuwait? Where the hell is that? They couldn't have even found it on the map. And you want us to send our men and women over to get killed there. So they said, no, we would rather have a negotiated settlement and withdrawal rather than sending U.S. troops. In November of 90, a poll was taken, and it said, if it's shown that Saddam Hussein has nuclear weapons, the term weapons of mass destruction had not yet quite come into vogue. The poll said nuclear weapons, which is one weapon of mass destruction. But if he has them, would you support U.S. military action against him? And then the poll, playing now not on your patriotic pride, not on your sense of fair play, not on your sense of wanting to eschew extreme costs in blood and money and wanting to pay more attention to problems at home, not getting around those things, in fact, defeating that last one by playing on your fear. And the polls reversed. 70% of the people said they would support. I was watching the polls very closely at that time. And after that, the Bush Senior administration was hitting that line. He has nuclear weapons. He is worse than Hitler. He can blow up all of Europe and Israel and us too, and blah, blah, blah. And so it went. And so you play upon their fear. I'm going to read you just two things, and then I'm going to stop, because I've been talking too long. Yes? There should be vigorous shakings of the head, but no one's doing that. Okay, so the first is by John Foster Dulles. John Foster Dulles was a member of a very rich and powerful New York law firm. Both he and his brother, Alan Dulles, were in it. Alan Dulles later became head of the CIA. John Foster Dulles became Secretary of State under Dwight Eisenhower. Later on, he wrote in his memoirs, and these guys always sound better when they come out of power than when they're in power. If something happens. Look at Jimmy Carter. There's a whole bunch of them. They're much improved when they come out of power. It really is better. In this case, he sounds pretty terrible, but he's more honest. This is what he wrote. He gives us a moment of truth about the empire's falsehood and manipulation. Quote, in order to bring a nation to support the burdens of maintaining great military establishments, it is necessary to create an emotional state akin to war psychology. There must be the portrayal of external menace. Let me repeat that sentence. There must be the portrayal external menace. You get that? Get the words. Words are very powerful instruments. The words they're using constantly to cloak. But if you look at them closely, they reveal a little more than they intend. It's not there must be an external menace. He says there must be the portrayal of an external menace. We must put this image in the minds of the public. This involves, Dulles continues, the development to a high degree of the hero nation and the villain nation ideology, and the arousing of the population to a sense of sacrifice. Once these exist, we have gone a long way on the path to war. Goody, goody, goody. See, all nations to some extent, varying extents, but all nations to some extent rely on public opinion. All nations need the support, or at least the acquisition, or acquiescence, and the resignation of the population. So that could be a supporting population, a grudgingly supporting population, an intimidated population, whatever else. But they cannot function if that population begins to develop a counter-consciousness and begins to mobilize and move and go in a different direction. So don't for a moment think they don't care what we think. Oh, they don't care what we think. They just go do. Oh boy, do they care. Everything they do, every trip that George Bush is making, every speech he's making now is because he cares what we think. Every answer he's given and every justification and all that, they care because they know that their power rests on your shoulders, on your taxpayers' shoulders. I'm going to read you one last quote, and then I'm going to stop because my voice is giving away here. This is by, if I can find it, this is by a guy named Tom Watson. Tom Watson was a governor of Georgia and then a senator, U.S. senator from Georgia. He wasn't a Democrat or a Republican. He was a populist. This was back in the late 19th century when the Populist Party they controlled about 4 or 5 governorships and maybe had about 4 or 5 members in the U.S. Senate and maybe a couple of dozen in the House of Representatives. They were emerging as a power, especially in the South and the West. And their fight was against Wall Street and the big moneyed interests and the industrialists and all that sort of thing. Watson's later career took a very unfortunate turn, anti-Semitic, racist, of course, Georgia at this time and all that. But this is 1898 now. 1898 was a rather interesting time. This is when the U.S. has embarked upon this other great humanitarian crusade called the Spanish-American War, where McKinley said we have to fight this war because we have to save the poor Cubans from the Spaniards. And what was McKinley's first act of war? Does anybody know here? It really stunned a lot of people. He took a U.S. Army and a U.S. fleet, and he went thousands of miles across the Pacific, and he invaded and conquered, in what turned out to be about a 6 or 7 year bloody war, the Philippines. Because they were rich, because that set up the Pacific Empire of the U.S. And that had been their goal all along, to get into the plunder of this, to find the new markets and the new resources for that top 1 or 2% of the investing class. And the Springfield Republican, a newspaper that had supported McKinley and the war, and half the American population that had supported this, more than half, they were all going crazy. Let's go in and save those poor Cubans. Let's whip the Spaniards. Stop them. The Springfield Republican wrote an editorial saying, hey, what's this war all about? We thought it was to liberate the Cubans. Well, where the hell are you going all the way to the Philippines? Well, it wasn't. It was to build this empire. Well, this is what Tom Watson has to say about this. shut off your cell phones, please. This is what Watson has to say. The Spanish War has finished us. The blare of the bugle drowned the voice of the reformer. When the war was still in progress, he added this. Who gets the benefit of the war? Cui bono? Who benefits? The bond seekers? The capitalists? The railroads? National bankers will profit by this war. The new bonds give them the basis for new banks, and their power is prolonged. The privileged classes all profit by this war. It takes the attention of the people off economic issues and perpetuates the unjust system they have put upon us. Politicians profit by the war. It buries issues they dare not meet. What do the people get out of this war? The fighting and the taxes. What is the United States doing in this war with Spain in the first place? True, Spain is oppressing Cuba, but so is England oppressing Ireland, Egypt, and India. France is oppressing Siam and Madagascar. This is 1898. Turkey is oppressing Armenia. Should we then take up arms against the oppressors of the world? We would more likely end up by becoming oppressors ourselves. The Spaniards and Cubans were bushwhacking one another and killing from 3 to 5 men at a battle. We have gone down there and killed more people in 3 months than they would have killed in 13 years. If they were starving before, who feeds them now? What are we going to get out of this war as a nation? Endless trouble, complications, expense. Republics can't go into the conquering business and remain republics. Militarism leads to military domination, military despotism. Imperialism smooths the way for the emperor. And as you know, inside every U.S. president, there's an emperor that's trying to get out. And our job is to stuff that emperor right back down into his gazoo. Thank you very much, Anthony. Oh, we have to sit here?
You can stand if you like.
Well, I think I can see the people over the cheap seats.
We would like to do a Q&A, although we have microphones set up along the aisles that you can see. We're recording tonight, so if you do have a question, please come to the microphone.
Hello.
And do it that way. And I'd invite anybody with a question to come forward if you have a comment or question.
All right. Hey, what's up, everybody?
The U.S. is borrowing $2 billion a day to keep this empire going. Do you ever see us running out of money?
Just waiting for Johnny at the moment here.
Well, that's the goal. The goal is to run out of a lot of money.
Yo.
Bush
Oh,
is
shit.
building up this massive deficit.
Here we go.
See, it's not
I need
true
to
that
lower the
conservatives
volume
are
on the
fiscally
fucking
very conservative
thing.
and the liberals are the big spendthrifts and all that sort of
Can you
All
hear
right. Yeah, no, I can hear you.
The
Can you hear me?
Democrats who balanced the budget
Yep.
under Clinton. That's
All
the
right.
thing for him.
Success.
He did balance the budget for 3 years. He produced a budget surplus of
just,
$300 billion,
hide
which in
that.
1 year Bush turned around.
That.
When Reagan came into office,
That.
the national debt was
And,
$800 billion. When Reagan left office, it was $2.5 trillion. When Bush Sr. came into office, it went from $2.5 trillion to almost $4 trillion.
Are you gonna?
This guy's
are
got
you gonna-
the
Yeah, no, I know. I'm
debt
sorry. I just get like mesmerized watching Parenti because it's just like, I don't know. I love him.
Is
So,
that
welcome.
What video was that?
That was fuck, I have it saved here. Give me 1 second. That is Michael Parenti, The Darker Myths of Empire. Darker Myths of Empire, Heart of Darkness series. I think that's when he was speaking at
Trying to think-
DuPont. If I'm looking at that
I'm
thing
trying to think-
right.
I think that might be the first Perenni talk I ever watched. I think it's that one actually.
Yeah,
Darker
really?
Myths of Empire. I think so.
Mine literally was Yellow Parenti.
No, nobody really put me on in terms of like the Yellow Perenni at first. Like I just heard the name and like just searching it, that was one of the first ones that came up. And I think probably if just being honest, I probably would have avoided the Yellow Parenti. Just like it just looks so old and grainy that like I probably would have been attracted to like one of the more recent and like produced higher production ones. Without knowing the reputation of any of the videos themselves.
It was actually my friend Ethan, right,
wow.
who helped run this podcast called Proles of the Round Table.
Yeah.
And I had no idea who the hell Michael Parenti was. And he said, check out this video from like 1987 or something. I was like, all right. Yeah. And like my life changed forever. And yes, I agree with Sam. The older ones are a little bit better. I mean, he's got that spry to him, that youth, you know. What's up, Frank?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sam? Did you say hey to someone else? Did I not see it in chat? Is there someone else here?
Frankster, right there.
Oh, did I not see it in chat? How is it?
It's the one with the Palestinian flag right there, right there.
Oh, hey, why can't I see that?
I don't know, man. Maybe they somehow managed.
Frank, did you block me, bro? Did you block me specifically?
I don't know how they would do that, but I would be really impressed.
Yeah. They went through that much effort just so that, like, not only they can still hear me, but just so that I don't see their chat.
Yeah. So today we are going over chapter 2 of Blackshirts and Reds, right? And it is called "Let Us Now Praise Revolution." I don't even know if I wrote the title right in the thing. Yeah, I wrote "The Revolution," so whatever. It's done now. Can't fix it.
Also, just wanted to oh wow, I'm an expert lurker. I can see you now. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up, just kind of like typically what me and Johnny do is we both just kind of read the book and we both take notes and we both talk things. And usually I'm kind of reading off of notes that I have on a Google Doc where like I can compile like links of like the various Wikipedia pages that I'm going to visit to illustrate certain points, various links, studies, whatever it may be to substantiate the chapters that we're reading. To try to like consolidate everything where I feel like I might kind of get unhinged on a certain point or just kind of like, maybe beat a certain point to the ground and not give enough of attention to another section. I made a PowerPoint this time, or I guess you could call it a Google slide. Being that I'm not in the most technically savvy individual, it probably looks like a fifth grader's computer project. I hope that I can become a little bit more adept at this if I'm going to continue it, but I thought that this might be a little bit more visually engaging because there's certain points where we're reading like entire chapters out of a book, and I felt like it would be a lot much more helpful if there was something to follow along with for the viewer. So we're going to try this. It's not very fancy. I wish I could make it more aesthetic. There's definitely some things that I can improve, but we'll just give it a run and see if it works a little bit more cohesively than what we were doing before. What do you think about that, Johnny?
See, chat, this is how you know that Pat spends like no time on Twitch, because I've already watched countless hours of Idan Simpson like literally writing out a flow chart about like learning about theory and history and stuff.
Oh, wow.
I have watched fucking Famous Horse edit like whole YouTube videos while streaming, right? Pat, it's good. It's gonna be great. All right, don't sell yourself short. I'm totally down for it. And we already talked about it beforehand that like I think that it's gonna really help like elucidate like what points both of us want to hit and just keep us organized.
Look at that.
Look at that. Looks great, man.
Feast your eyes.
That?
Feast your eyes upon this thing that took me several minutes to create. I definitely want to work more on like graphics and like including pictures and everything like that. I probably could watch some tutorials on how to do this better. This one I have done absolutely no research, and this is like my dry run of using this. But I feel like if me and Johnny kind of share this Google slide, and it can really keep us on track and make everything more cohesive, and not have like maybe one of us going this way while the other wants to go this way. But I know that I can probably hog the mic sometimes, so I feel like it could be a lot easier of like keeping us on like a linear trajectory with one another.
I think the only thing that we really, really need to add is that, if you want to debate Pat, you need to give us money. You need to.
I'll debate someone. I'll debate someone for free. They just have to follow. They just have to follow us to be in the chat, right?
No longer. No. All right. The only way that anybody's going to be allowed to debate Pat midstream is if they are subscribed and they're willing to gift 5 subscriptions, and then they can debate you.
For me, honestly, and I don't know if there's a good way to do this, but if I was to debate, say the person that was coming in here last time, I would probably say that I'd want them to come on the stream or something like that, because it's so annoying to try to talk to somebody that's just typing out nonsense that just kind of sidesteps every refutation that you're giving them and every piece of evidence that proves them wrong, and then just never conceding a single point while constantly just moving to another point. It's if you're speaking to someone voice to voice, where they're not just chatting and typing and probably Googling the next thing that they want to say, I feel like you can really hold them down to their points and make them really expose how idiotic everything they're saying is, where when they're just kind of unhinged in chat, going and offering no kind of concession, it's pointless.
No, I agree with you, but I also vehemently disagree with you that you'll be able to hold them down. I don't think there's going to be any difference.
But at least they can't Google. At least they can't Google answer. They have if they're not pulling it from their own brain.
They're gonna be just on their phone.
Exactly. Yeah. So that would probably be my next thing. I don't even know how that would be done if somebody came in here and started talking shit, and I was like, "Come on stream and talk to me." Obviously we couldn't bring them on StreamYard. I think it's something with we have to bring them on a Discord call or something, right?
Yeah. And that's just that's a lot of work, man. And again, maybe that's something for the future.
The people love controversy, though.
Yeah,
at least I do.
Think
at least I do.
Great idea of and I think we should still add my thing. Look, you want to debate Pat for an hour and a half, right? You need to be subscribed, all right, and you need to start gifting subscriptions, and then we'll allow it. We'll see about that.
I might do some charity debates if I'm really feeling myself that day.
Maybe.
But today we are continuing our coverage of Blackshirts and Reds, Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism, the marquee book by Michael Perenni, in my opinion. Generally, the top of the list of many leftist must-read lists. Definitely one that was suggested and thrust upon me early in my political education. And the more I read it, the more interesting it is, because so little of it was retained my first go around with it. So it's really nice to go back and gloss over everything again. And after reading a lot more books on the subject, the crazy thing about this book is that every subchapter, not even each chapter, every subchapter, and maybe even multiple times within each subchapter,
your audio is cutting out so hard.
Really?
It was for a split second. That sounded crystal clear, but can you just repeat that one more time?
Yeah, I was saying that every chapter, not even every chapter, but every subchapter, and then also within every subchapter, there's multiple entire books that could be written about each of those points. So this is really great to summarize a lot of these topics, but also it's kind of each of these topics requires a drastic amount of reading to really comprehend the things there. And hopefully we can provide a little bit more of that context, but really this book is a clean, concise, digestible summarization of this topic that even just on my personal bookshelf, I have probably 20 books that corroborate this. And I brought some of those books because this is what I do. When I'm reading it and I notice that there's other books that kind of go along with it, I like to bring them with me to I guess for clout. I like to hold them up and show that I have other books and I read these books.
I read the books.
So what do you say we get started?
All right. So
let's see. This is my first time using this PowerPoint thing. So like, let me make sure that I'm doing it correctly.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, so far so good.
So this is the opening paragraph that is an introduction to the chapter. So I felt like it was pretty prescient to include this just to give everybody an idea of the name of the chapter and what the introduction is. So let's go ahead and read that. For most of this century, U.S. foreign policy has been devoted to the suppression of revolutionary governments and radical movements around the world. The turn of the 20th century found the McKinley administration in a war of attrition against the people of the Philippines lasting from 1898 to 1902, with pockets of resistance continuing for years afterwards. In that conflict, U.S. forces slaughtered some 200,000 Filipino women, men, and children. At about the same time, in conjunction with various European colonial powers, the United States invaded China to help suppress the Boxer Rebellion at substantial loss of life to the Chinese rebels. U.S. forces took over Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, and in the following decades invaded Mexico, the Soviet Union, Nicaragua, Honduras, the DR, and other countries, actions that usually inflicted serious losses upon the populations of these countries. So for me, in my preparation for this, it seems like he gave like a specific highlight to this Filipino-American War and also the Boxer Rebellion. So I did compile a couple things so that we could discuss those two. Obviously, we could be here forever if we wanted to look into Hawaii and Cuba and Puerto Rico and Guam, and then the early invasions of Mexico and the invasion of the Soviet Union that isn't talked about enough, in my opinion. Nicaragua, Honduras, and the DR. The imperialist machine of the United States. There's many volumes of text that could be written about this history. But since Perenni kind of gave a specific highlight to Boxer Rebellion and the Filipino-American War, I thought it would be cool to detail them a little bit. But before we get to that, Johnny, how do you feel about this little introductory paragraph morsel that we have here?
So what's funny is I had already read this book by the time I was taking some bullshit history course that I had to for my associates. And I remember the teacher talking about, the period of history in between, what the hell was it, like World War One and World War II or whatever, even prior to World War One, as this period of peace, right? And I was like, you're wrong. You're teaching wrong history. No, it was not. And I went down the list, and I was like, why is it that I'm in a college level course and I'm still receiving the same bullshit that I was fed when I was in middle school and when I was in high school?
Correct.
Yeah.
And you know what? And honestly, I don't think that really speaks to any kind of malicious behavior from your teacher. I don't think your teacher was keeping anything from you, but I think that is just symptomatic of the discourse of American history within the United States.
Exactly.
And obviously I wish I could just get a poll with chat, even though we only have 7 people in here, but that's fine. But who talks about the Filipino-American War? Who even really understood that that's something that happened? Who even understood that the Filipino-American War was one of the longest conflicts that we've been involved with, that was just surpassed by the war in Afghanistan? That obviously ended recently, but you know what I mean? This is something that it was going on for that long and cost so many people their lives, but it's barely even a footnote in American history, at least in my experience. And I'm someone that's actually a history major in school right now, obviously not at a very high level at this point, but even in the college level courses of history that I've taken, there is some lip service paid to the Spanish-American War and the implications of that, but very little is said about actually what happened in the Philippines. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting to talk about. Let me let my cat out of the room so he doesn't start meowing.
You're good.
Go. I'm back. Okay. So unless you have anything to add to this specific note right here, we'll move on to the next slide.
Yeah, I just think that, really quickly, that, while these wars may be over, much like how you brought up Afghanistan, right? Conflict within those countries, right? Due to our involvement, continues on. Whether you're talking about Hawaii, or, Afghanistan, or the Philippines.
Well, yeah, and I actually have some information about the Philippines that I wanted to bring up some CIA endeavors that actually continue this colonial or this imperialist legacy that the United States has in the Philippines. So we will be getting to that in one moment, and I definitely am very excited to illustrate that point you just brought up, because that is very, very correct. So just moving on now. Filipino or Philippine American War. I don't know if I typed that out properly. I'm not sure if it would be the proper title would be Filipino or Philippine American War, but regardless, what we have here is the war resulted in, this is from the Wikipedia page, and again, I use Wikipedia a lot because we're reading a book and summarizing the book. So it's like, I can't keep like reading books to illustrate parts of the book. I just like to pull up some of the Wikipedia stuff just to kind of like add a little bit of reinforcement that even in the most, commonly accessible descriptions of history, they corroborate what's written in the book. So not the most academic source, but I'm already reading a history book that is talking about this. Like, if anything, the history book substantiates the Wikipedia article more so than the Wikipedia article substantiates the history book. But I just like to add this as just like a little accentuation of what we're already discussing.
Right.
So the war resulted in at least 200,000 Filipino civilian deaths, mostly due to diseases such as cholera and a famine. Some estimates for total civilian dead reach up to 1 million. Atrocities were committed during the conflict by both sides, including torture, mutilation, and executions. In retaliation for Filipino guerrilla warfare tactics, the U.S. carried out reprisals and scorched earth campaigns and forcibly relocated many civilians to concentration camps, where thousands died. I'm not sure how this worked. I've never accessed a link in a PowerPoint before.
Let's find out what. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect.
Okay, and then I can just go back. Yeah, we can go back for the most
Close
part.
enough.
Okay.
Nobody look at what Matt was looking at.
Hey,
What's up,
Dorian, what's up?
Dorian?
I don't like it when it I feel like it looks so sloppy when it shows the windows at the top, but whatever, we will persevere. So yeah, again, Philippine American War. This is a conflict that developed after the Spanish colonies were deteriorating. Spain was waning as a global power and thus a colonial power, and thus this placed the colonial subjects of the Spanish crown, I guess, in jeopardy of becoming independent, to put it from from McKinley's perspective, that you had the colonies of the Philippines, Cuba, Guam, and Puerto Rico were all, I guess, in danger of becoming independent in the eyes of McKinley, who was president of the United States at the time. So this is where you hear about, the Rough Riders, Teddy Roosevelt getting involved in Cuba. Then we also had an expedition that went to the Philippines. So in the Philippines, there was already an indigenous resistance group against Spain being a colonial power. And then when Spain faltered as a colonial power, this resistance group who was vying for Filipino independence then decided that it would continue to fight for independence after Spain had already declined. This is when the United States stepped in and decided that the Philippines would not be able to adequately care for itself. I actually have a oh wow. I hate everybody seeing my
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just gonna be reading. So again, you guys heard me bring up this book before. I'll bring it up again. Killing Hope by William Blum. It is a itemized list, comprehensive list of U.S. military and CIA engagements throughout mostly the Cold War era, but a little bit preceding that. And this would be kind of one of these. He actually has a great quote from McKinley here. Here we go. So this is really going to illustrate the American perspective on Filipino independence here by President William McKinley in 1899. So I walked to the floor of the White House night after night until midnight. And I am not ashamed to tell you, gentlemen, that I went down on my knees and I prayed to Almighty God for light and guidance that one night late it came to me this way. I don't know how it was, but it came. Number one, that we could not give them, the Philippine Islands, back to Spain. That would be cowardly and dishonorable. Number two, that we could not turn them over to France or Germany or our commercial rivals in the Orient. That would be bad business and discreditable. Number three, I don't know why it says chat. That is probably meant to say that we could not leave them to themselves. They were unfit for self-government, meaning the Filipino people were unfit for self-government. And they would soon have anarchy and misrule over their worse than Spain's wars. And number 4, that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all and to educate the Filipinos and uplift and civilize and Christianize them. And by God's grace, do the very best we could by them as our fellow men, for whom Christ also blank. Sometimes these free PDFs, I think they get some things wrong, but I don't know if there's actually something, but you get the idea of that quote.
I mean, like, what is the difference between this and just like basically, what the hell is it? That thing that like Spain used, the doctrine of discovery, where basically like, if you weren't Christian, right, you had no rights to the land, right?
Correct.
And like, how is this different from like, Lebensraum? How is this different from Manifest Destiny? How is this different from like,
well, it's just white man's burden. It's white man's burden in its successive iterations that have directed U.S. and Western foreign policy since the time of, I would say, since 1776 and even prior. The colonial mindset that created the United States. Always that there are those that are enlightened and sophisticated, and yes. So this all happened, Dorian. This all happened in like 1898. All at one point that Guam, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Hawaii, and the Philippines all came under U.S. annexation at the same time. Literally
And
in the same
to
year,
this day,
all with McKinley.
They are considered territories.
Right.
So like McKinley was like the George Bush of his time.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So we have, so this is something that I wanted to bring up here just as a illustration of how McKinley felt about the Philippines becoming independent and how that was independent and that was unacceptable to him. Now, let's see what were the repercussions of such an action of Filipino independence. I do have, do you want to watch a YouTube video on this?
Yeah, I think I added one. I may have forgotten to add that
I don't
one.
think I saw anything about that. So this is called Cynical Historian. I've watched a couple of his videos, I believe, on like civil rights and the Black Panthers, and they were reasonably good. I don't know about all of his content or anything like that. I haven't watched it, but it's a pretty
He's
good
at
video.
least not racist.
I've established that much, I believe. Yeah. Let's check this out. Just learn a little bit more about the Filipino-American War, which was one of the longest-standing wars in American history.
I'm not hearing anything. Are you hearing anything, chat? Yeah, I got no sound, bud.
Uh-oh.
It was bound to happen.
How does this work? Jesus, man. I'm not 100% certain. Do you know why YouTube sound wouldn't be coming through StreamYard?
Present. Are you sharing it as like a slide? Nope.
Here, wait, let me try this real quick. I'm just going to stop
Alright.
sharing it, and I'm going to try to share just the video. I don't know if that would work.
Insurrection,
Can you hear it?
also known
There we
as
go.
war.
Okay, cool. Look at that. Quick thinking. I'm thinking on my feet here. You hear it? You hear that guitar?
Hey, Cypher here. Today I've got a special episode of Wars You've Never Heard of and Engaging Etymology. I'm going to show you how the mundane word boondocks is derived from one of America's longest and most brutal wars, a war that seems to have been forgotten by most, and misrepresented by so many of the people who mention it otherwise. It is the Philippine Insurrection, also known as the Moro War and the Philippine-American Wars. Seriously, the word boondocks comes from a war that raged from 1899 to 1913, a full 14 years. Now that it is 2016, Afghanistan has only now surpassed the length of this war, and is certainly more docile than what happened in the Philippines over a century ago. So let's dig into
Do we need to worry about like mass grave footage on Twitch?
I think so long as there's no blood, we're good. I think that's when
You can
it's
show executed bodies throughout a ditch, but just no blood.
yeah, just no blood. They're sleeping. They're
Yeah.
just sleeping.
Prove they're not. Prove they're not sleeping.
Prove they're not
Twitch.
sleeping. Wait, no, no, we shouldn't say that. That's a bad narrative.
Yeah, it was a joke. All right, I'm going back.
how this brutal war cemented the word boondocks into our language. During the Spanish-American War, the U.S. sought to capture Manila from the Spanish. There had been a strong independence movement in the Philippines prior to the war in 1896, and the U.S. accidentally helped to create the first Philippines Republic. The U.S. supported revolutionaries who were led by Emilio Aguinaldo in order to gain power over the island from the Spanish. But the U.S. did not support actual independence. When the treaty between Spain and the U.S. was signed, all the Philippines were formally annexed by the U.S. The newly formed republic that had established itself during the war refused to give in to American control, and so war began in 1899, with Filipinos trying to keep their independence while the U.S. attempted to assert power over its newly acquired territory. There was a large contingent of people who vehemently protested the taking of the Philippines in America. From famous figures like Andrew Carnegie to everyday people who decided to protest in the streets, it was a hotly contested subject. One could draw many parallels to the Vietnam War of 1964 to 1973, except for this war was longer and more brutal. The Philippine War turned nasty quickly. The first years of the insurrection were the worst. As soon as Aguinaldo declared war against the U.S. on February 4th, 1899, fighting began immediately. A day later, the largest battle happened in Manila as the U.S. took the city by force. The war sank into jungle warfare. Each campaign became reliant on increasing guerrilla tactics. It turned nasty, with campaigns to rout out suspected leaders of the insurrection, prison camps, torture, gruesome executions, and mass killings on the scale which really ought to be called genocide. The atrocities were compounded on both sides, but with the US being the more powerful contender, they killed many more civilians than the other side. On numerous occasions, massacres happened where orders were given to simply kill anything that moved within a particular region. One general infamously ordered the killing of any boy who was old enough to carry a gun for the entire island of Samar, barring a particular enclave. Americans even resorted to the old imperial Spanish technique called the water cure, where they would funnel water down a person's throat until they either confessed or drowned. And the massacres, by the way, were just too numerous to even count. Eventually, Aguinaldo was captured in March of 1901. He appealed to the Filipinos to end the insurrection, but it was symbolic and certainly not the end. William Taft, who would later become president, came in as a governor a few months later, but held very little power in the islands. Instead, a terribly effective policy was instituted later that year. People on entire islands were rounded up into concentration camps, and if they refused, they were held to be in insurrection and often killed. By concentrating the population in a particular place, the US Army could rout out any insurrectionaries.
Keep that point in mind, because that's something that I want to discuss further once this is over. I'm not going to interject right here, but keep in mind this idea of we're going to put you in a concentration camp, and if you're not in this concentration camp, you will be prejudged as a insurrectionist or perhaps a guerrilla. So keep that in mind, because we're going to talk about that and where this resurfaces in American history.
As part of this, the US also burned crops and killed livestock, leading to massive famine that killed hundreds of thousands of Filipinos. And this is where the word boondocks comes in. It means mountain in Tagalog, but Americans came to use it in reference to the area outside of the concentration camps. Seriously, the word boondocks originally entered the English language in relationship to very real and almost genocidal American concentration camps. The worst thing is, this policy of labeling the boondocks outside of concentration camps as insurrectionary was entirely effective. It broke the insurrection. Most islands were officially pacified in 1902, and that's where many historians end. But they failed to see how the war actually continued. Declaring victory and achieving it are two very different things. Yes, the worst of the fighting was over, but an even more radicalized group began to take over the insurrection. These were the Moros, and they were a fearsome group. They became known for attacking soldiers with their bolo knives and killing many before being felled in a hail of gunfire. It is like how many people imagine Viking berserkers, if imagination on that subject were actually to hold up to reality, but that's not the subject here. But seriously, the army even adopted the M1911 pistol specifically to kill Moros more easily. By the way, they were ethnically Muslim mostly. The insurrection continued well into 1913, with the US military and Filipino constabulary continually using concentration camps, raiding, and patrols to combat Moros. In a final climactic battle, after years of pushing the Moros into smaller and smaller regions, the last of them were fought in the Battle of Bud Bagsak, ending the war for good. Because of the length of this war and the horrid conditions of its victory, the American public was soured on the idea of imperialism, where in 1898 many had rallied around annexing territory. After years of contemptible warfare, most were done with the whole idea. It is because of the Philippines insurrection that the US chose not to pursue more expansion, and did not annex any territory because of World War I. We were done with it. And that's pretty much where American expansionism ended, was in this brutal war. Because of the terrible news arriving from the Philippines of further and further atrocities, Americans adopted some of the lingo, including the word boondocks. It's truly fearful that such a mundane word can carry tinges of genocide and atrocity in its etymology. Makes you wonder what else lays hidden in our language. Well, actually I have a playlist for that.
All right. So, how much did you learn about that in school? Like, American concentration camps in the 20th century being utilized in what is, at least by this, YouTube historian, as a genocidal fashion.
You're acting as if like we ever even learned about the Philippine-American War to begin with. Like,
Yeah. Well, and also apparently the Philippines didn't even get independence from the United States until World War II, or after World War II, until World War II was over. So like, it just seems like it's a very glossed over area. Like even, the Japanese internment camps during World War II, I think that's like a pretty well-known topic, that there was these internment camps that but I think like people like to pretend that that was the only instance of the United States, like operating a concentration camp, is that like, we had these relatively, I don't want to use the word benign, because you can't really benignly put somebody in a concentration camp, but like not necessarily a death camp. You know what I mean? Like, I think people would like try to be like euphemistically call them like, yeah, they were internment camps, and they're not like, go ahead.
I don't know how accurate that is, considering that, like, I think it was like these like lake beds or something that they drained near where they had these internment camps, or basically concentration camps for the Japanese during World War II. And because they drained the water out, right, there's like this like layer of like silica that would get brushed up by the wind, right? And I think it was like somewhat like radioactive or whatever. And what wound up happening is it caused like, a lot of people to have like cancer, a lot of like other health conditions that lasted them for the rest of their lives,
Yeah. So I bring that up. If you remember, I kind of put a pause on the video, and I wanted to bring up that concept, and of using like these quote unquote concentration camps and then saying that if you're not in these concentration camps, you are automatically deemed an enemy. Like there's no reason that you're not in the camp unless you're an enemy. And this is the same ideology that was utilized, or the same military strategy that was used in Vietnam. I've heard this type of okay, in Vietnam. So here's a zone, and if you don't inhabit this zone, you're automatically assumed a guerrilla. If it doesn't matter what you're doing, if you're not in the zone, we can kill you with no justification, with no provocation or anything like that, because just the matter that you're not in this zone that we've created, you are an enemy. If you and you get the bulletin, if you're not in there, then you must be a guerrilla. So you'll see this here. This is known as a free fire zone. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seen enough war movies.
And I've heard these referred to as reverse concentration camps or reverse death camps, because a death camp is, let's say, that like Nazi Germany used, where they're rounding up individuals of a certain background for the purpose of dying. This is the opposite of that in a way, where it's here's the concentration camp. It's either you're in it or you're dead. And if you're not in this, then we need absolutely no justification or provocation to kill you. So these are where they, rained napalm over and everything like that. And it's like, just like in Vietnam, just like in the Philippines, if you weren't in these American established concentration camps or free fire zones, or or should I say the reprieve of the free fire zones, then you could just be absolutely annihilated with bombs, bullets, any way you see fit, because you did not adhere to the free fire zone. So just to go over it a little bit, freedom zone to fire in U.S. military parlance is a fire control measure used for coordination between adjacent combat units. They say that it was, they don't even bring up the Philippines in here, but in books that I've read about Vietnam, this is actually a beginning. The Vietnam War strategy was actually adopted from the war strategy in the Philippines, in the Filipino-American War that we just heard about. But yeah, free fire zones. Yeah. So now I just wanted to get to the continued colonial legacy of the Philippines, because I was reading a little more. So following this situation with McKinley and the Filipino-American War, that was not the end of the story of American imperialism in the Philippines. So this is an excerpt of Killing Hope, again, by William Blum, who covers the continued issue in the Philippines. So nearly half a century later, the U.S. Army again landed in the Philippines to fight a nationalist movement fighting at a common enemy, this time the Japanese. Johnny, does that sound familiar to you at all?
Yeah.
Where did something like that happen?
Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya.
Well, broadly, yes, but I was going to say specifically in Vietnam and Korea. In Vietnam and Korea, both Ho Chi Minh and Kim Il-sung were both allies of the United States for a time. Both Ho Chi Minh and Kim Il-sung were both used as some confidants of sorts in the war against Japan, because there was a mutual enemy that these the revolutionaries in Manchuria, who Kim Il-sung was a part of, and the Viet Minh in Vietnam, who Ho Chi Minh led. There was actually a very especially on Ho Chi Minh's side, from what I can tell, a very warm relationship with the United States, being that they're fighting against the Japanese alongside us. And obviously Ho Chi Minh went as far as to glowingly include a passage of the Bill of Rights into his speeches towards the Vietnamese people.
Literally quoted Thomas Jefferson on their Day of Independence.
Exactly. But unfortunately, the Americans would turncoat on their once allies against the Japanese, and then be in favor of reestablishing colonial control. This is exactly what happened in Korea. This is exactly what happened in Vietnam. And as I just learned recently, this is also what happened in the Philippines. So while combating the Japanese during 1945, the American military took many measures aimed at quashing this resistance army. The Hooks, a shortening of the Huk Balahap, the People's Army Against Japan in Tagalog. American forces dismantled many Huk units, removed local governments which the Hooks had established, and arrested and imprisoned many of the high-ranking members, as well as the leaders of the Philippine Communist Party. Guerrilla forces, primarily organized and led by American officials and composed of U.S. and Filipino soldiers of the so-called U.S. Army forces in the Far East, undertook police-type actions which resulted in a virtual reign of terror against the Hooks and suspected sympathizers. Disparaging rumors were spread about the Hooks to erode their support amongst the peasants, and the Japanese were allowed to assault Hook forces unmolested.
This sounds like Korea. This sounds like Indonesia. This sounds like fucking like too many different fucking things. It's like they have one fucking game plan and they just keep repeating that shit.
Precisely. And this is this is exactly why there was so much contempt for American forces in would you refer to it as Southeast Asia, I guess you would call it, and Asia in general. I'm trying to think of like a way that I can kind of bring like China and Korea and Vietnam and the Philippines and Cambodia and Laos all kind of like under. I don't know what the catch-all term for all that is, because Southeast Asia is just like Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos, right? Does Southeast Asia generally encompass China and Korea in it as well? No, right?
Kinda. I guess
I'm probably wasting. I'm probably wasting time. I'm just trying to be correct how I can summarize that. If anybody in chat knows,
like Eastern China. Yeah. I mean, not Eastern China. Fucking Eastern Asia.
Yeah,
I guess.
Well, but then I think people say Southeast Asia a lot to refer to specifically like the area that was like Indochina,
like the Philippines and shit.
Exactly. Yeah. Regardless, I don't want to get too bogged down in me not knowing the correct terms for that. But so in Korea, for example, after the long fight against Japanese colonization and the many abuses that accompanied it, when the American forces landed in South Korea, they were greeted with like parades and throngs of people like welcoming non-Japan throngs of people that were rejoicing that the Americans had landed there. And the same thing happened when the Soviets entered in the north. But immediately, because the communist and socialist parties were being heralded to such a high degree in Korea because of their very valiant and principled resistance to the Japanese colonization, the United States immediately made a value judgment and stated that we need to keep the Japanese colonial police in place because they're the only ones that are going to make it effective, make communism not spread. So when the United States landed in Korea, there was Japanese police forces that were administering the cities because it was a colony, and none of them were removed. Like this not process of like denazification that would have happened in Germany. And we covered that last time. No need to revisit that, but there wasn't even an attempt of that. Because
again, right, chat, and I've said this a number of times now, they did not call themselves the Axis powers. They referred to themselves in the pact of these countries unified, that we refer to as the Axis powers in school, right, as the Anti-Comintern Pact. What's most important, more than anything, was that they were anti-communist. And especially after World War II, it is more important than denazification. It is more important than, de-imperialization or whatever the hell you'd want to call it, right, that Japan was doing throughout Asia, right? It was more important to stop anti-colonial movements and to stop.
The United States handed Korea to Japan as a pittance. Right. Theodore Roosevelt explicitly supported Japan as the imperial power in Asia, and also pretty much stated that made a deal with Japan that if you allow us to have the Philippines and you don't interfere with us in the Philippines, then you can have Korea, because there was already a form of gunboat diplomacy on Korea. And the United States essentially was like, you know what, Japan, you can have Korea. Theodore Roosevelt was very supportive of Japanese imperialism. He looked at white man's burden. He thought there was like a Japanese man's burden in Asia, that it was Japan that held the responsibility of bringing enlightenment to like the indigenous hordes of the mainland. Essentially, that was his concept of Japan. So acting as if what's up?
I said that's so progressive.
Yeah. So you can see this, just like we were talking about last stream with Germany and how Nazi Germany and how cozy we were with them right up until the end, and then immediately flipped on the communists at the end. the same thing played out against the Japanese imperial empire. So I just go into all this because I think it's really interesting to talk about, and it's not really discussed enough. But we can see these same situations that we're playing out here, where when you find the resistance that existed on the Filipino mainland, or not, I don't even think you can say the Filipino mainland, because I don't think there is a mainland of the Philippines. But in the nation of the Philippines, the principled resistance to Japanese imperialism was the communists. And when you resist such a tyrannical and excessive colonial power such as Japan, you garnish a large amount of reputability among the peasantry and above the masses. And do you know who frequently collaborated with the Japanese in their colonial project?
Hmm.
Same thing in Korea, same thing in Vietnam, and this will be the Philippines. Do you know
Could it be people that have, something to benefit from, like
landlords?
peasants?
Landlords. It was landlords. The landlord class of the Philippines collaborated with the Japanese. This is the same exact thing that happened in Korea. It is the landlord class that would generally collaborate with the Japanese occupier because they would benefit from it. So when you have this Huck rebellion, I'll bring it up real quick just so that
It's like a theme. It's like a
yes.
it's like a reoccurring thing that just keeps happening throughout all these different, like, vastly different cultures, and
So yeah, it was a communist guerrilla movement formed by the farmers of central Luzon. They originally formed to fight the Japanese, but extended the fight into a rebellion against the Philippine government known as the Rebellion in 1946. It was brought down by a series of reforms and military victories by Defense Secretary and later President Ramon, this guy. And as we just learned, it doesn't actually make any mention of U.S. involvement, or at least not much reference of it, of U.S. involvement, but we can see from the texts of William Blum that this was not the case, and he has just exhaustive sources for this. You can see here
we should never actually read that book. We should just continue to reference it throughout different books until we've basically read it.
Have read the whole thing. Yeah, that'll
Through
happen.
other
If
books.
we do this long enough, and just like the content that I like to cover, like Cold War history and CIA stuff, we will effectively read this entire book. So I kind of wanted to bring a little bit more of like light to that, because I was just reading this the other day. I almost have no education on the Philippines prior to most of this that I'm doing right now. So Filipino landlordism under Spanish colonization arose, and with it further abuses. So like you can see that this landlordism in I guess commensurate to the Spanish colonization, there are those that benefit from colonialization, while there is overall detrimental to most of the people of the Philippines. The landlord class benefit from this and thus expanded during this time.
So they're saying that, like, the concept of being like a landlord literally arose from Spanish colonization.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think landlordism is just something that naturally happens from the agrarian revolution into like feudal arrangements, but maybe in the Philippines, that's how it happened. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring up. Okay. In areas that the group controlled, this being the Hooks, they set up local governments and instituted land reforms, dividing up the largest estates equally among the peasants and often killing the landlords. This is a lot of things that get cited by the United States as the like gross injustices of the Hook insurrection, is that they were being their reprisals were very brutal to the landlord class. That's something that's cited here. In some cases, the landlords were welcomed as participants in the Hook resistance, swayed by anti-Japanese sympathies. This is it right here. This is from, I think, the United States. Ray C. Hunt. He said, my experience with the Hucks was always unpleasant. Those I knew were much better assassins than soldiers, tightly disciplined, led by fanatics. They murdered some Filipino landlords and drove others off the comparative safety of Manila. They were not above plundering and torturing ordinary Filipinos. And they were treacherous enemies of all of the guerrillas. So we'll just throw that out there. I just think that it's, we'll have a fair representation. But then again, if it is the landlords that are getting really the inhumane treatment, I mean, generally there's somewhat of a reason for that a peasant class is having that kind of insurrection against landlords, which usually have their own brutal way of administering their kind of control there. Thousands of Huck veterans and PGM members were sure that Filio was murdered by landlords. So yeah, I guess this is what brought it to an end, is that in collaboration with the landlords and the administration, the leader of the Huck Rebellion was murdered. So I just wanted to kind of illustrate that connection between the imperialist powers and the landlords, because they both have a common enemy in the communists, who are looking to not only repel the colonizer, but also along with it repel the landlord class and initiate land reform. And this is exactly what happened in Korea also, which is a topic I know much more about than the Philippines. But it's literally, I mean, up until this point, like play by play, the same thing, except that the Koreans were a lot more successful in organizing and would have absolutely demolished the collaborator government of Syngman Rhee if it was not for the brutal American war against them.
So
that's pretty much an established fact at this point.
Parenti states that from 1898 to 1902, some 200,000 Filipino men, women, and children were slaughtered. And he goes on about how former CIA director William Colby admitted that under his direction, U.S. forces and their South Vietnam collaborators carried out the selective assassination of 240,000 Vietnamese dissidents.
Wait. Did you say 240,000?
Oh, sorry, 24,000. Sorry.
No. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just has to be.
No, you're good. I'm the one that fucked up. 24,000 Vietnamese dissidents in what was known as the Phoenix program. And we're going to bring up like a couple of videos talking about that. His associate, the South Vietnamese Minister of Information, maintained that 40,000 was a more accurate estimate. Just lower than the fucked up number I gave.
And it's important to highlight what Johnny's actually saying here. This is not, obviously the death toll of the Vietnam War is like millions of people. We're not talking about that. We're talking about we're not talking about this kind of like indiscriminate killing that, like, hey, we had a helicopter fly over and bomb it and people died. We're talking about targeted hunting and assassinations of dissidents that occurred. You probably hear about this a lot from the North Vietnamese side, but it's important to know that there was an extremely well-established and United States supported system of dissident assassination going on called Project Phoenix. And I really actually hate that I didn't bring this book up here right now, but there's a book called Kill Anything That Moves, or Kill Everything That Moves. And I don't know if you heard, but in that cynical historian video, he says a policy of kill anything that moves. And that in Philippines, that was also specifically in military documents of how to handle the war in Vietnam. And what a lot of people don't know, that part of this Project Phoenix thing, we literally had, we kept our hands clean because we didn't do it, but we would send CIA and other State Department operatives into South Vietnam who literally worked on site of like torture prisons and would actually train South Vietnamese soldiers how to properly torture and murder people. But like we were able to say that we didn't actually do it. You can just kind of scapegoat the South Vietnamese.
This is a lot like their program with, the Cuban exiles, where like, it's not technically really us doing anything, Are we even really officially training them? A lot of shadowy shit going on, but what else is new for the CIA? U.S. policymakers and their media mouthpieces judged the war as a mistake because the Vietnamese proved incapable of being properly instructed by B-52 bomber raids and death squads.
That was my favorite. Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts of this chapter. The way that he, tongue in cheek, like almost like in a scathing humor, like being like, oh, they weren't capable of being educated by bomb. You know what I mean? Like they were being reluctant
to death.
Yeah, they were reluctant to that type. Would you like me to bring up this video now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me know if there's any audio issues with this.
Okay. If you see any blood, just shut it down, though.
This
That's
report
not blood. That's just hot
called
chocolate.
a company of American soldiers had massacred 347 villages, including women and children. What was not made public was the role of the CIA's Operation Phoenix, which was responsible for telling the American patrol that My Lai was a Viet Cong village. The wave of public revulsion over My Lai helped create the political mood in America which hastened the end of the war. But the CIA was to be involved in another episode which also profoundly shocked America. That fatal slip, which seems almost trivial in the context of its past, was the agency's involvement through Richard Nixon with Watergate.
One of the causes of the downfall of Richard Nixon is that he saw this thing at his right hand, which was an instrument for deceit, and he thought, he had a brilliant idea. He thought, why not use it domestically? I've got some problems right here at home, and here's something that was built to take care of foreign enemies. Let's take care of my domestic ones, too.
History came back to haunt Richard Nixon and the CIA in the person of Howard Hunt, a former CIA agent and an architect of the disastrous invasion of Cuba in 1961. In 1972, Hunt was found to have masterminded the Watergate burglary for Nixon using CIA veterans from Cuba and CIA equipment.
What general assistance did you get from the CIA relating to Watergate?
No direct assistance at all. There were some documents, items of disguise that the men used when they actually made the entry into the Watergate premises.
And these were given to you by the CIA?
That had been provided by the CIA to the White House.
And you also visited the CIA headquarters many times?
In connection with a prior operation, that is to say the West Coast operation.
Watergate forced the resignation of Richard Nixon and Howard Hunt was jailed. But the CIA didn't escape the remorseless process of investigation which was set in train. Late last year, the post-Watergate insistence on open government unearthed another damaging episode. The CIA had secretly backed the forces which brought down the left-wing government of President Allende in Chile in 1973. The CIA successfully financed Allende's opponents for 15 years, but in 1970 they miscalculated his support and did little to help the opposition. Allende, a Marxist, won by a small majority in a democratic election. Secretary of State Kissinger was disturbed. With President Nixon's agreement, he ordered an economic freeze on Chile. The CIA also went into action behind the scenes, and in the next 3 years, millions of dollars were spent in efforts to undermine Allende. But before these facts came out, Richard Helms, the CIA's director during the Chile campaign, had testified on oath before Congress that the agency played no part in Allende's downfall.
When he stood up before the Senate to testify, he was asked certain questions about his operations in Chile. He was asked, did you spend any money to overthrow the Allende government? And he said, no, sir. He asked if he had conducted any covert activities against the Allende government, and he said, no, sir. And for that, he probably, in the post-Watergate era, will be indicted for perjury. That's a decision we'll learn about in a few weeks. Because shortly after he had made that statement, his predecessor, Colby, went up to Congress and told him the truth.
How did this come about, this turnaround in policy?
Watergate. Richard Helms is going by the old CIA tradition, which is that if necessary, the director will openly lie.
CIA's involvement in covert action.
In the post-Watergate atmosphere, even secret services aren't allowed secrets. William Colby, the new director of the CIA, had told a congressional committee in strictest confidence how the agency had indeed spent $8 million financing opposition to Allende. So enraged was Congressman Michael Harrington that he leaked Colby's secret testimony to the press and exposed the earlier deception.
I went in prepared to accept the ground rules of secrecy, but it was obviously at such pronounced variance with what both I had believed and what the American public had been told. I think it was very important, and still do, that in some fashion, preferably without the distraction of how it was released, to get the American public to understand what we did in the context of a country like Chile, not in the mid-50s, but in the early 1970s.
The secret information given to Harrington showed that the CIA's so-called dirty tricks department was active in Chile. First, in a bid to stop the endorsement of Allende, who had scraped home so narrowly, the CIA earmarked $350,000 to bribe Chilean congressmen. That plan failed, and Allende became president. The CIA then set about undermining him. They helped finance demonstrations by middle-class women who beat pots and pans outside Allende's house each day. They also financed more sinister groups like the right-wing terrorist group Fatherland and Freedom Party, which blew up bridges and radio transmitters and caused riots. But the catalyst that finally paved the way for Allende's overthrow was the one used successfully by the CIA in Guyana 10 years before, a prolonged strike, this time by Chilean lorry owners. 2,700 miles long, Chile is totally dependent on road transport. The result was chaos. The strikers stayed out for 6 weeks, subsidized secretly by the CIA. The chaos of the CIA-backed strike gave Allende's opponents in the Chilean armed forces the excuse they needed. The presidential palace was bombed. Allende died inside it, and 15,000 socialists were murdered by the military regime, now one of the most repressive in Latin America.
I think it was a mistake for us because it was a terrible embarrassment for it to come out. I think we pay for it in shame and in loss of dignity.
If only he knew.
I wish that were true.
If only.
I don't know. This had to be right around Watergate, I suppose, because I think that he had mentioned that Watergate hadn't actually resolved by this point. But like, it's so sad to even like, for this guy to be around at that time and to witness it and be like, this is going to be a blemish on the American reputation when we're going to pay for this with our reputation. And it's like,
no, dude.
No one's even gonna know. No one's even gonna know what the fuck happened. Like, nobody's gonna care about this. Nobody's gonna care about the Philippines. Nobody's gonna care about Korea. Vietnam is gonna be like a contested issue that I guess some people offer some nominal denouncement of, but really don't give a shit about. We have active, situations in Yemen and just as of recently Iraq and Afghanistan that nobody gave a shit about. It fades into this back memory where people are like, yeah, I don't like that. I think it should stop. But then I'm just going to continue, voting for people that continue it, and I'll praise them because I like their character, kind of, or Obama talks nice or something like that. I don't know.
I think one interesting point that they brought up out of people that collaborated with the CIA, right, was that it was lorry owners. And
what is a lorry owner? I don't know what that is.
Oh, lorry is like a truck, like delivery guys, truckers.
Nice.
So truckers, right? Middle class, not very, not very brown looking women, right? And what the hell was the third? Oh, far right, fascists of like the fatherland. So I can only assume what their cultural background is concerning like the colonization of
in this book, the Pinochet file that I have that I read earlier this year, or earlier last year, should I say, actually talked about some pretty interesting that Pinochet may have had with let's say newly settled Chileans, recently arrived and newly branded Chileans who supported him very enthusifully. I'm talking about Nazis. I'm talking about all those
recent immigrants from Germany and
recent German immigrants. Yeah. If I had that on hand, I would love to bring it up. I didn't even think about it till right now. But actually, I didn't even realize that this video was going to cover Chile. So how could I prepare for it? But do you want to watch? There's a second video that you sent me on the Phoenix program. It's only like a minute long. Should I throw that on real quick?
Yeah, I guess. Why not? It's only like a minute long. And I believe this is from a guy that actually left the CIA. And I believe he has a number of other interviews and videos that you can find on YouTube pretty easily.
Get recruited into the CIA, it never occurs to you that if you're as naive as I was, and I think most of the young men that come into the CIA are, it never occurs to you that you're getting into a world of dirty tricks. The come on that they have, the things they use to sell is that you're finally getting into the elite inner circles of the United States government. All your life you've been going through the amateurs and the prelims and the prep schools, in effect, and finally this is it. This is where the people are real pros, the frontline warriors saving the nation from communism. The Phoenix program was created by the CIA, and its purpose was to kill and terrorize. in Vietnam, I was forced to do business with a police chief who was a sadistic mutilator of prisoners. He liked to carve them up and throw the remains in the river. And he was completely paid and propped up by the CIA. His whole career depended on, one, controlling that operation so that the CIA needed him, and two, the CIA propping him up and funding him. And he did his knife work in a CIA safe house. He called it the Pink House. I reported this to the chief of station, and he said, well, you know, it's a rough world, and sometimes you have to do business with people that really aren't your first choice of the kind of people you want to associate with, so don't make a wave. And so I went back, you know, what do? Resign my post? Yeah, you know, that's your last vote, though. You resign.
Yeah, I know, right? You're muted.
I said, who the fuck is that?
Looks kind of familiar.
Wait, what is that? Hold on. Wait. I'm just curious what this is. Look, do you see it's Area 51?
Dude, it's an hour long.
No, but I'm just saying it's like that is that Joseph Stalin?
I'm pretty certain that is I'm pretty sure
I'm just perplexed. I'm just
Which podcast you'd
I'm just curious. I just to read.
Oh, hell no. I'm not
going to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to read the entire title. I'm very curious if that is a like Joseph Stalin lookalike or if this person just clicked the wrong picture. Very interesting to me.
I was gonna say the Russophobia were
No, I don't know.
Yosef Jugashvili. All right. So the U.S. supported surrogate forces slaughtered, what number is that? 2 million North Koreans in a.
Oh wait, hold on.
What, do you have the same thing I have?
Oh yeah, I do. But do you want to do the Boxer Rebellion or should I just skip that?
No, please go on.
Okay. So I didn't do quite as much. I was very interested in the Filipino situation, so I kind of went a little ham on that. But oh, sorry. So then the next thing that he specifically highlights, I guess I didn't decide to share that, is the Boxer Rebellion. Just a quick little tidbit I have on that is the Boxer Rebellion, for those that don't know, also known as the Boxer Uprising and Boxer Insurrection, or the I don't know how to say it, was an anti-foreign, anti-colonial, and anti-Christian uprising in China between 1899 and 1901. Towards the end of the Qing Dynasty, by the Society of the Righteous Harmonious Fists, which is an awesome name. As someone who practices martial arts, I think that's like the coolest name for anything that I've ever heard. Especially that it's like an anti-colonial like movement of like martial artists. I love that name. The rebels were known as Boxers in English because many of its members had practiced Chinese martial arts, which at the time referred to as Chinese boxing. So you have like traditional martial arts, but when American goes over there and sees it, it's just like, oh yeah, they're boxing. You know what I mean? So you had these this colonial resistance movement of martial artists and that were deemed the Boxers. After the Sino-Japanese War of 1895, villagers in North China feared the expansion of foreign spheres of influence and resented the extension of privileges to Christian missionaries who used them to shield their followers. Same thing that happened in Korea, actually. This is actually what caused the General Sherman incident, was that some of the... there were some reprisals against the French missionaries and their Christian disciples because they were proliferating Christianity in Korea and also in China. And there were certain powers, especially in like a very Orthodox Confucian culture, that was extremely looked down upon to be spreading Christianity. Don't know if I need to really read too much more of that, but just to kind of let you know that there was a coalition of European powers to put down this Boxer Rebellion. And you can see over here in the commanders and leaders point, you have British, French, I think that's actually Russian, because, you know, obviously Russians were frequently at war with Japan. Well, they were at war with Japan recently around this time. But regardless, Russian, Japanese, American, German, there's just like a ton of coalition of people of European, or should I say like imperial powers, that joined in to suppress the Boxer Rebellion. And one of those, because I've read in this book here called The Kaiser's Holocaust, they actually go into the German mindset going into this, which I wanted to kind of read over real quick. Just two quick quotes to kind of illustrate how the Boxer Rebellion went down. And the first is by Kaiser Wilhelm himself, who evoked Attila the Hun as he spoke to German soldiers going to suppress the Boxer Rebellion, saying, "When you come before the enemy, you must defeat him. Pardon will not be given. Prisoners will not be taken. Whoever falls into your hands will fall to your sword. Just as 1,000 years ago, the Huns under King Attila made a name for themselves with the ferocity which tradition still recalls, so may the name of Germany become known in China in such a way that no Chinaman will ever dare look a German in the eye, even with a squint." I don't know if that's a racist.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's absolutely a fucking racism right
Little
there,
racist,
man. Come on.
little racist jabs there from Kaiser Wilhelm, who was also a genocidal maniac in the Nama and the Herero tribes of what is today known as Namibia. That's a topic for a different day, because I love this book, and if we keep this up, I'm sure one day we'll be reading it. So if anybody wants to read about that,
we definitely should, and we definitely will.
The Forgotten Kaiser's Holocaust of Namibia. This book is fucking incredible.
I think maybe after liberalism, we should do that one.
I would love to. I absolutely love this book. And it's such a great topic, which just like how you were equating Lebensraum with Manifest Destiny, this book draws Nazism to the German colonial project. Like, and I could go on and on about that, but just one thing, you know how they measured skulls? Like the phrenology of Nazi Germany? Do you know where they got the skulls from?
Namibia.
You don't really think about that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really think about that, but there's concentration camps in the German colony of Southwest Africa where they're just like harvesting bodies and shit like that. It's disgusting what happened there. And it has a direct ideological trajectory from this German campaign in Namibia to the Nazis. Many of the people that became Nazis were colonial officials or race scientists that were involved in this colonial project. So fascinating story, and so necessary to really understand that Nazism is not just something that birthed out of nowhere. And this guy Hitler just came out and fucking decided to be a fascist and be a Nazi and hate Jews and hate Slavs and hate, non-German people or anything like that. This is a long-standing trend of Western imperialism. Really, it's really not that different.
That's the track record of liberal history. Right. As we're taught it, is that events just happen. These things just pop up from out of nowhere, and there's no explaining it. Everything's so random.
Oh, dude, you can explain it. It was Hitler and he's dead now.
Yeah. Everything's random and zany, and you just never know what's going to happen next. And not there's no, there's a site of not historical social construction for every fucking thing that goes on, every shooting in America, every fucking, goddamn far right movement, every fucking horrific thing that happens. There is a place where it was constructed and founded, and it builds from there. There's an origin to everything. And I think that I don't know. We kind of got into an argument about it, the other week about how, not me and you, I'm thinking of somebody else, about how I think that for someone to not understand why something is happening just means that we don't know enough about the history. You know what I mean? I think that if nothing is actually that random, you know what I mean? I think that everything has a perfectly reasonable explanation, right? So when it comes to a lot of these very I don't like using the word, but I've heard it been used as the schizophrenic logic of QAnon conspiracy theorists and stuff.
Right.
It's when you don't have a materialist understanding, right?
Did you watch did you watch This Place Rules yet?
I did. I loved it.
Watched it last night.
Dude. Oh my God.
Dude,
I loved it. I personally, I think Andrew Callahan's
you haven't
great.
watched it yet? Spoiler alert. mute the stream, do whatever you got to do. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When he confronts the guy at the end,
Oh my God. Yo, and dude,
I don't have to actually spoil it. If you know, you know. But when he
okay.
confronts that dude at the end, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Spoilers over. It's
Yeah, spoilers
you're
over.
good.
Come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually
all
didn't
right.
really spoil anything. But
like,
so just to get back to what we were talking about here, second part of the quote, you cannot imagine what is going. This is a letter from a German soldier dispatched to China to suppress the Boxer Rebellion. You cannot imagine what is going on here in China. Everything that stands in our way is destroyed. Men, women, children. Oh, how the women scream. But the Kaiser's orders were, no pardon will be granted. We have sworn to uphold our oath. So that's out of a German newspaper. I have the link here if anybody really cares, but it's all in German. So it's from this book, so I assume that it's correct. But if you can read German and you want to fact check it, feel free to go to that source that I provided there. So Perenni, let's see here, because we've really gone off. And I'm sorry, I feel like we spend so much time on like certain things, but regardless, I'm having fun. So just to go back here,
that's the real point here.
Perenni specifically highlights this idea that for most of the century, U.S. foreign policy has been devoted to the suppression of revolutionary governments and radical movements around the world. And he highlights two of these, the Filipino movement. Oh my God, wait, I forgot. I have to bring up one more thing about the Filipino thing. There's this psyop. There's this psyop that they do where they like fake a vampire.
No, dude, that's Indonesia.
No, it's not.
No way.
I have it right here in Killing Hope. Look, I'll show you.
Did
Maybe they might have. The CIA dips into the playbook multiple times.
Get the fuck out of here. They did it twice.
Yeah, look,
you
another
sir, you must be mistaken.
Another Lansdale initiated Psy War operation played on the superstitious dread in the Philippine countryside of the Ansong, a mythical vampire. A Psy War squad entered a town and planted rumors that an Asong lived in the neighboring hill where the Huks were based. Remember the Huks? We just talked about them. A location from which government forces were anxious to have them out. 2 nights later, after giving the rumors time to circulate among Huk sympathizers in the town to make their way up the hill, the Psy War squad laid an ambush for the rebels along the trail used by them. When a Huk patrol passed, the ambushers silently snatched the last man, punctured his neck vampire fashion with 2 holes, and held his body by the heels until the blood drained out, and put the corpse back on the trail. When the Huk, as superstitious as any other Filipinos, discovered the bloodless comrade, they fled from the region.
Okay, I'm the one that's mistaken. It was the Philippines, not Indonesia. So, all right, well, at least they didn't do it twice. You know what I mean? Like, there's that. But,
so, another thing about the Huk Rebellion, in an act of like superstitious Psy War, they took a man, punctured his neck, and bled him out entirely to make it seem as though a vampire was inhabiting the Filipino
all in the name of defending democracy and freedom, you know? Just like fucking, I want to see Jim from The Office do that, you know? And like, I don't know, I'm never going to watch that fucking Reacher, Jack Ryan, whatever show they have, but like,
yeah,
how funny would it be to watch Jim from The Office just like stabbing a dude in the neck twice to bleed him out and hang him from a fucking tree?
So we have the Philippine situation and we have the Boxer Rebellion. And then also he goes into Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, Mexico, the Soviet Union, Nicaragua, Honduras, Dominican Republic. And if I'm not mistaken, these are all like, he's referring to all these pre-World War II. Most of these are actually pre-World War I, but Soviet Russia obviously was after World War I. But just to get a record that all of these imperialist endeavors, colonial endeavors, anti-autonomy, anti-self-determination endeavors all took place between the real era of U.S. imperialism, which is the Cold War. But, you know, it shows that this trend has existed in perpetuity and in an excessive nature pretty much for the entire legacy of the United States nation. Right. And multiple, I think for the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Mexico, I'm pretty sure there's multiple for each of these, multiple military interventions.
For every single one of these,
For
there's
each-
multiple.
yeah,
Like some
there's-
of them happened like, in the last fucking like 30, 40 years.
Correct. So those aren't standalone incidents either. I think he's just inventorying the ones that occurred like around from like the late 1800s to like the 1920s. I'm pretty sure all of these occurred before 1930, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So
So
the next part, right, that I was trying to get to, right, and I'm gonna read like this entire paragraph for a reason because there's a follow.
Is it this one I have right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That the U.S. supported surrogate forces slaughtered, what is that, 2 million North Koreans in a 3-year
Well, and
war.
in North Korea and in Vietnam, it wasn't even surrogate forces, really. It was, in many of these situations, it was surrogate forces, but the first two actually were direct, like U.S. Red-blooded Americans doing the murdering.
Yes, especially near a bridge, which bridges come up a lot in like U.S. military history, and a lot of war crimes tend to happen near them for some reason. 3 million Vietnamese, over 500,000 in aerial wars over Laos and Cambodia, over what is that, like
1.5 million in Angola. I've never even heard of that.
What
The
the
United
fuck?
States did that in Angola?
Yes. And is that a billion? What? Yeah, that 1,000 million. That would be billion, right?
What? No, dude. We're 1.5 million in Angola and 1 million in Mozambique.
Yeah, and 1 million in Mozambique, right?
You said a billion.
500. Oh, did I? Oh, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe I heard you wrong. I'm sorry.
500,000 in Afghanistan, 500,000 to a million in Indonesia, 200,000 in East Timor, which like literally continued to go on until like into the 2000s almost, right? There's 100,000 in Nicaragua, combining the Somoza and Reagan eras, over 100,000 in Guatemala, plus an additional 40,000 desaparecidos.
I think that 100,000 is a big low. I'm not sure when this book was written, but I'm pretty sure they actually count that as upward of 1 million.
I'm certain that like it not only is this information a little bit dated, but probably even conservative.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Even his estimation of the the Filipino War, which said 200,000, that's actually a low end estimate. Even the book that he referenced says 250,000. So he actually, even in the book, it's called Little Brown Brother that he that he has there, even states in its title 250,000, and he still went on the low end out of maybe respect or something, or out of being conservative to prove a point that he doesn't even have to inflate the numbers for this to be egregious and ridiculous.
Over 700,000 in Iraq, over 60,000 in El Salvador, 30,000 in the dirty war of Argentina through the government, though the government admits to only 9,000, 35,000 in Taiwan when the Kuomintang military arrived from China. And I don't know if you recall that time we were at your apartment and, we started talking about how like the U.S. government literally just cleared the way for the Kuomintang by eliminating like the indigenous people of Formosa.
Did the U.S. government do that, or was it?
No, that was the U.S. government. We were, making sure that we cleared the way for them.
I thought they
were
did it
already
themselves. I thought that was all just part of like the White Terror when they got there.
No, we were already there. We were, clearing house for our allies in mainland China to comfortably move in. 20,000 in Chile and many thousands in Haiti, Panama, Grenada, Brazil, South America, Western Sahara, Zaire, Turkey, and dozens of other countries in what amounts to a free market world Holocaust. Because I don't even know what the number is if you count all this up.
Well, also, I think it's important to also put here that this is only the ones that America was involved in. This says nothing for Churchill's starvation of the Bengali Indians. This says nothing of the Nama and Herero genocide that I just referred to of Germany. This says nothing of France's many brutal colonial endeavors. we could really stack this up more. And I don't know if you remember when that turtle guy was arguing with me last time, he was like kind of trying to make this like itemized list of everything that bad that could ever be attributed to communism. I think I said one thing to him. I don't even remember. I think, Indonesia. I just brought up Indonesia. I just said, can you just tell me how many people died in Indonesia?
On top of all of this, there's still the genocide, the systemic ongoing genocide of First Nation people of Turtle Island through Canada and the U.S. and the settler colonial project of Mexico, right? That indigenous people have had there's a reason why IWAC, right, is not really being talked about very much in the news right now, right? Because it literally is a law protecting these nations' rights to their own children. That there are stories of people that have registered their kids to the nation on the rolls, and the government will come and see a child playing on the front lawn, unattended or whatever, and be like, you're not watching your kids, we're taking your kid, and then throwing them into an adoption agency to be adopted out by some white couple, well up into the 80s. You know what I mean? And indigenous communities, literally hiding their fucking kids for fear that the U.S. government is going to come take them and then put them up for adoption, right? With these white hippie fucking families, well into the 70s, well into the fucking 80s, right? So I bring all this up, right? Because let's look at probably the worst thing that you can contribute to the Soviet Union, right? The worst thing that you can concretely attribute to them, right? It was an egregious, accident on their part. And they've made a number of they made a popular movie about it very recently.
Red Harvest, I think it's called.
What I'm talking about is Chernobyl, real things that happened, not made things.
I mean, I would go as far as to say that if there was, if you can attribute misjudgments to a Soviet campaign of collectivization and people starved because of it, that there's still blame to go around for that. I don't think that should just necessarily be, I think there's certain, you can definitely condemn a lot of things that the Soviet Union did, but I think that you need the proper context. And I don't think you should be reading Robert Conquest, who is a known shill of British intelligence services. But also from everything that I've read, and I've read the books that Grover Furr says that he's inspired by, and from what I've read is that it was a negligent and not very well planned collectivization policy from people that were under very difficult circumstances, and that a lot of the people in government weren't necessarily, there was unforeseen circumstances that caused a lot of people to fucking die. And
so
the Soviet Union needs to be held to account for that. And if not, you're just not really being objective.
But by comparison, right? Just by numbers alone, look at we can see all of these numbers.
Oh,
and,
no. Yeah, I agree.
We're over 1 million and more than.
No, I agree. I'm not in disagreement with you. I'm just saying that I would probably say that there was some worse things in Chernobyl that happened.
Right. So
that's my position.
Yes, sure. It's debatable, but even so, that's 5.7 to 8.7 million people, right? And we're talking about where the fuck is it? We're over
Well, I mean, also you could say I think there's 700,000 or so that are attributed to the purges, and then if you really want to be generous, you can also tack on the Soviet-Afghan war onto that, which is probably I think another 2 million people died because of that.
But even that, that is rural people fighting against a military force that was invited by their government because their government wanted to allow.
I agree that there's context, but I'm saying if you really want to take this to its logical conclusion, I want to I don't want to be a shill for any specific side. I do a lot of reading on a lot of things, and it gives me I try to have an objective opinion, and I don't know everything about the Soviet-Afghan war. I don't know everything about the Holodomor. I don't know everything about the purges, but I've read a couple books on these, and I have at least what I'd like to consider a nuanced opinion about them. And I don't think that you can brush them all under the rug, but I also don't think that they're what Western sources make them out to be at all. Any of those things that I just brought up.
Okay. So
So
the
I'm
official
sorry
death
if
toll-
I'm being
No, you're
argumentative
fine.
here, but I just feel like I have to say these things.
You're fine. You're fine. Like this is good. Like it's good that well, look, we may not see eye to eye on everything, and that's perfectly a-okay. I haven't read
Yeah.
everything either, but what I'm trying to say here, right, is that the official death toll attributed to the Chernobyl that is recognized by the international community is just 31 people, with the UN saying it could be 50. However, hundreds of thousands of liquidators were sent in to put out the fire at the nuclear plant and clean up the Chernobyl site afterwards. And that's from March 4th, 2022. And I literally just Googled what is the death count of Soviet famines, and I'm seeing 5.7 to 8.7 million people. The Soviet famine of 1930 to 1933 was a famine in the major grain producing areas of the Soviet Union, including Ukraine, Northern Caucasus, Volga region, Kazakhstan, and the South Urals and Western Siberia.
That's a very important thing, is to call it the Soviet famine, and also to point that out, because that's something that even anti-Stalinists such as Kotkin, I don't know if you know this guy Kotkin, he's a pretty popular historian on the Stalin era. Even he denounces the genocide theory because it was not like a targeted famine strictly in the Ukraine. This is something that severely affected not only the Ukraine, but Kazakhstan and parts of Russia itself. And the last thing that the Soviet Union wanted, even if you ascribe all of the worst intentions to the Soviet Union, the last thing the Soviet Union wanted to do was actually to deplete the rural areas that was aiding them in industrialization. Like, having a widespread famine was not helpful to the obvious strategy of Soviet industrialization leading up to World War II. So, I mean, you can call it gross negligence. You can even refer to it as atrocious, as an atrocity, because of a misguided and misjudged collectivization policy. But I believe by even a UN definition at this point, genocide is not what happened. And even then, to compare a accidental famine that killed millions and should not be swept under the rug, comparing that to systemic Nazi death camps and murder pits where people were walked into and shot in the head is, we're talking about.
I don't think any of these numbers that are on the screen next to our faces, I don't think any of these are through some kind of mistake. I don't think any of these are through some kind of misstep by the US government. And we're look, what we're talking from 1950 onwards. Almost all of these are.
That's something that I always bring up about critics of the Soviet Union. You want to talk bad about the Soviet Union? There was the famine in the early 1930s, and you can point to the Stalinist purges. But after that, after the year 1950, what are you really pointing at? Maybe some social issues that they could have been better on. Maybe there could have been better certain things that you were able to say or do in the Soviet Union. Sure, we can have that conversation. But was the Soviet Union raining bombs and bombing every building over 2 stories anywhere in the world? Was every single thing here that happened, things are happening. The Vietnam War is happening in the 1970s. You know what I mean? Decades after the most atrocious thing that ever happened that you could point to in the Soviet Union. And you're trying to act like it doesn't even get brought up in comparison. They don't even act that napalming villages is comparable to any of those things. One is heralded as the most vilified and demonic thing that could ever happen. And the other one was just oh, maybe we were a little heavy-handed in Vietnam. That's how that gets looked at. What country did the Soviet Union during the Cold War truly tamper with? What Latin American country was the Soviet Union involved with in any way comparable to the United States?
I'm actually not to ignore your question or pull you off or anything, but I'm just Googling real quick. How many died in the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan?
Yeah. I could be wrong about that 2 million number.
That's the 562,000 and 2 million Afghans, while millions more fled the country as refugees. Most externally displaced.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Most externally displaced Afghans sought refuge in Pakistan and Iran. Right.
Okay.
And mind you, what?
I was going to say, a lot of times when people say, I probably got caught up, I don't know if you ever heard this, but casualties of war sometimes account for more people than just died. it talks about people that are injured. So maybe I read 2 million, but it looks like it was only 500,000. So I appreciate you correcting me on that. So I'm not spewing.
No. I mean, they do say like and 2 million Afghans, between 562,000 and 2 million Afghans.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So like it's anywhere up there, but like,
Yeah.
you know, we're looking at, you know, fucking 1.5 million in Angola and another million in Mozambique, right?
Well, we had a beat on Vietnam alone. We have a beat by
Two wars.
500K just with Vietnam.
Can you tell me like what we were doing in Angola or Mozambique?
Dude, I was kind of trying to Google that on the side here because
exactly, like you can't even.
Out of all this reading that I do and I've read, especially about like Cold War history and shit like that, like this is what I was trying to find exactly what happened in this. So I guess there was an Angolan civil war.
For that sick ass flag, there were haters who hated that fucking just sick flag, and others, you know, were just like, nah, bro.
I think we might have to like save this for another day because like this is 500,000 because like I just don't even know, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
but like
I have a couple books. Go ahead.
Count all this up. Like all these numbers.
Let me go back to it.
Count all this shit up and like, you know, tell me that like, you know for a fact that anybody's life was improved in any of these countries for all these.
Well, that's another thing. Even you could say in the Soviet Union, you know, Stalin and the Soviets had decided to industrialize the country at breakneck speed. And there were some really fucking unfortunate things that happened because of that. And the Soviet Union deserves to be criticized for that. Absolutely. But it did lead to a point that stopped an extremely famine prone region from having famines for decades after that point. And pretty much every place that is on this list has gotten materially worse from the US involvement. Like nothing was improved in, I'm struggling here. I mean, I guess you could say South Korea, but there's so much that goes into that, where South Korea was like not a military dictatorship like yesterday. You know what I mean? Like 24 minutes ago, like it was a dictatorship up until that point. Laos, people are still, I don't know if you know this, but in Laos, there is death tolls, a yearly death toll in the thousands of people who are bombed by unexploded ordinances. That's still to this day in Laos.
You know, I'm well aware the US companies that manufactured them refuse to give them the patents, right, to be able to disarm them.
Yeah. So four figures. It's 4 figures every year of people, mostly farmers and children and shit like that, that are still being blown up by American bombs that from a country they weren't even at war with. Laos was never even at war with with the United States. So yeah.
Sorry, I'm Googling what's the rate of cancer in Iraq. In 2020, the Global Cancer Observatory reported that the age standardized mortality rate in Iraq was 90.5 and 81.2 for males and females, respectively, while the risk of dying from cancer before the age of 75 was 9.7 and 8.7 for males. Sorry, I remember hearing something, I think it was either Iraq or Afghanistan, right, where like because of the depleted uranium rounds that we used throughout there, right? Yeah. According to the World Health Organization estimates, there are around 15,000 new cancer cases every year in Afghanistan, which is likely to be an underestimation. Breast cancer is the most common type of cancer in the country, accounting for around 30% of all recorded cancers, right? And that's because of the depleted uranium rounds that we've used, the number of times that we have been there. So, you know, I brought all this up because, like, there is a death toll on America's hands that like is not just foreign, but it's domestic. You know, there's not just like, you know, the systemic indigenous ongoing genocide going on. There is also like the absolute terror campaign, the human rights abuses that go on every year against people of color within this country, on Black people, on, you know, Asian diaspora, right? You know, the hate crimes that, you know, just go completely unnoticed on, you know, Asian diaspora and, you know, people of East Asian descent. And then there's, you know, do we even need to bring up like, you know, the history of, you know, African descendants and black people in general in America. Like we were just reading an entire ass book about it, and like, you know, the foundations of like, you know, just terror that it is, right? And you're going to tell me that like, you know, anything that the Soviet Union or anything that China has done in their relatively like, you know, I mean, like China, yes, has like a 5,000 year long civilization, but like, you know, as far as the current government of China, you're going to tell me that they have the same kind of blood on their hands? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I don't subscribe to the concept of whataboutism, because we all know that whataboutism is something that was utilized, I believe, in England against the IRA. I think that's where that term was first coined, was to kind of like obfuscate British culpability against.
You're telling me it's not Russian disinformatia?
Yeah. But at the same time, I am a person who prides myself in that while I do support, you know, actually existing socialist countries, that also I will not, you know, turn a blind eye to when they are incorrect, when they are, you know, murderous, when they're not, you know, some kind of like godlike ideal, or a socialist paradise or anything like that. I think it's important to, you know, when they say critical support for actually existing socialism, it's important that don't forget the critical part. You know what I mean? Like, and
I
that's
think
something
that, like,
I pain myself to be uncritical.
I think what happens a lot of the time is that, you know, for people that do support actually existing socialism, is you get caught up so much more often, so much more frequently. Like losing my ability to speak English right now. You wind up having to defend these experiments, these countries from all of this like disinformation, from all of these outlandish, like completely baseless accusations, that like you lose sight of that critical part of the support, right? Because you are so often, right, having to like have an answer for like, you know, some ridiculous fucking thing that was thought up by a think tank in fucking Langley.
Well, and that's my point, is that, you know, you want to talk about the Holodomor, you know, I'm willing to definitely engage in that, in terms of like, you know, the enormous fuck up of the Soviet collectivization campaign that did result in that, and that there is certainly some, you know, blood on the Soviet administration's hands for how that was carried out, and it did not go well. But also Robert Conquest is a fucking liar, and he's a fucking shill, you know what I mean? And I think that is abundant in the evidence right now. So, you know what I mean? While I don't necessarily subscribe to Mark Tauger is a here, let's look at it right now because we're having the conversation. Mark Tauger is a guy who says that the famine was completely natural disaster related. Now, from all accounts, I do believe that actually there's a pretty good video on this. I'm not going to bring it up, but we'll just bring up this right here.
Right, because how often is Mozambique brought up? How often is Angola brought up? How often is like, you know, the ethnic cleansing, the downright genocide of the Korean War brought up, right? How often, you know, is it brought up that we literally just stopped counting civilian casualties less than 20 years ago, with the entire time that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Like how often is that brought? We don't even know.
Yeah, we don't count bodies anymore. That's what they say about that. But so Mark Tauger, in my opinion, is like the furthest to the Soviet apologia side of like academics that actually study this, who states that the failure was the result of a failure of economic policy of the revolution above, not a successful national policy. Okay, hold on. I might be wrong about this. Okay, yeah, that the 1932 harvest was 30 to 40% smaller than official statistics, and that the famine was the result of failure of economic policy of the revolution from above. But so funny thing about this guy, This made that the low harvest made famine inevitable. Western, even Soviet publications described 1930 famine in the Soviet Union as man-made or artificial. Proponents of this interpretation argue, using official Soviet statistics, the 1932 grain harvest, especially in Ukraine, was not abnormally low and would have fed the population. New Soviet archival data showed that 1932 harvest was much smaller than has been assumed and called for revision of the genocide interpretation. The low 1932 harvest worsened severe food shortages already widespread in the Soviet Union, at least since 1931. And despite sharply reduced grain exports, made famine likely, if not inevitable. So he is of the opinion that it's not man-made, it's not artificial, it's purely environmental. Now, on the other side of that, you have Robert Conquest, who, if you were around in our early streams when we went over the Information Research Department in England, they were actually like a CIA, what could be concerned like compared to the British CIA. They actually distributed and supplied him with his materials from their archives, which means they were like an outright fake news, black propaganda organization. So I don't think that you can reliably look at Robert Conquest whatsoever in this discussion. He's the one that wrote Harvest of Sorrow, which is one of the, like, it was written in 1986. It's one of the first books that was ever written kind of like about the Holodomor situation. And it was like incredibly influential, not only because it was like one of the first of its time and it was very popular to criticize the Soviet Union, but also it was being disseminated by intelligence agencies. And that is, you can go right on the Wikipedia page and it says that. I'm not like pulling this out of some like weird lefty conspiracy arc thing. But now the real people who I would say to follow, if you really want to learn about this, who are experts in the field, Stephen Wheatcroft is, his research interests include Russian Soviet economy, economic demographic history. He's actually a Soviet expert, and he uses post-Soviet Union archival data, not like these like Cold War era speculations and qualitative testimonies and things like that, which are tenuous at best. According to historians Stephen Wheatcroft and R.W. Davies, Conquest holds that Stalin wanted the famine, that Ukrainian famine was deliberately inflicted for its own stake. Wheatcroft, a rival of Conquest, claims that in unpublished 2003 correspondence, Conquest recanted his view. So even later in his life, Conquest has admitted that it was not a genocide in his opinion, that Stalin purposely inflicted 1933 famine. No, what I argue is that with the resulting famine imminent, he could have prevented it, but put Soviet interest other than feeding the starving first, thus consciously abetting it. So
just like the Black Book of Communism, right?
Right.
The authors like recanted, like, you know, I think that's the word, recanted, right? Is when you like retract, whatever. You no longer support the statements that you made, right, that are published in this fucking book.
Right. So, and then this J. Arch Getty is another, in my opinion. I have some of his books and I have some of Wheatcroft's books. I think that Getty and Wheatcroft are two of like probably the most solid historians. And I promise you, if you read these books, these are not Stalinists. These are not communists. These are not people that are like tankies engaging in apologia. These are just high level academics that are writing about factually what happened. And they, denounce Stalin repeatedly throughout their work, but they offer a very realistic and contextualized issue of what happened in the Soviet Union during this period. And I think that if you're going to read into it, these are the guys that you want to follow. J. Arch Getty asserted Conquest's original claim that the famine would constitute genocide, states that the conclusion of the famine being engineered is a tempting one, but that it is poorly supported by and requires highly stretched interpretation of the evidence. But that Stalin nonetheless was the entity most responsible for the disaster, still placing responsibility on Stalin because it was, at the end of the day, his collectivization campaign and his response that you can definitely indict as something that caused this or exacerbated it, citing his role as the prime backer of the hardline collectivization, but that it is not necessarily a Soviet-engineered genocide meant to kill Ukrainians because of their nationalism or something like that, which is what is stated by Conquest. I won't stay on this any longer. I do enjoy this topic quite a bit. I like reading about it, but sorry, I kind of went off the rails there.
So he goes on to say, Michael Parenti.
Oh, we're going back. Okay, I'm sorry, man.
Despite decades of red-bashing propaganda, most Americans, including many who number themselves among the political cognoscenti, still cannot offer an informed statement about the social policies of communist societies. the anti-red propagandists uttered nary a word about how revolutionaries in Russia, China, Cuba, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and other countries nationalized the lands held by rich, exploitative landlords, just like we were talking about in the Philippines, right?
Oh yeah.
And initiated mass programs for education, health, housing, and jobs. Not a word about how their efforts advanced their living standards and life chances of hundreds of millions in countries that had long suffered under the yoke of feudal oppression and Western colonial pillage, an improvement in mass well-being never before witnessed in history. No matter that the revolutionaries in various Asian, African, and Latin American countries enjoyed popular support and were willing to pursue a neutralist course in East-West relations rather than place themselves under the hegemony of either Moscow or Peking, they still were targeted for counter-revolutionary battering. From opposing communists because they might be revolutionaries, it was a short step to opposing revolutionaries because they might be communists. And that's like, the part that like really stood out to me.
Right. And so obviously we could, there's several major points here, but the two that I feel like need to be spoken about is one, the lack of recognition of the positive things that socialists brought to their countries as a result of their revolutions, and the unprecedented material gains that are caused by these, even if there is also massive downsides that we can discuss and we have to recognize and contextualize. But also, even everything that we were just talking about, the Soviet Union, those things are talked about and recognized very frequently, but the positives that also occurred in a more widespread and consistent manner is never reported. Same thing with China. But then also the second thing being that, well, let's just talk about that for a second, because I don't want to just gloss over that. Would you say that that's the overall point of this first paragraph here?
Yeah, very rarely, from I guess like an anti-communist perspective, you would think that like the number one priority as soon as these revolutionaries come to power, right, is to like liquidate, right, masses of people. That like the ultimate goal is like the wanton destruction of some group of people for some kind of ideological reason or something like that, when like even Marx talks about like, no, the idea isn't to murder all landlords, the idea isn't to murder all capitalists, right? It is to eliminate the classes altogether. It is to expropriate the means of production, right? And for a lot of these things that like we've talked about, like the collectivization and things like that, these are brand new, like, or completely like experimental means, right? And forms of production, right? So yeah, there are going to be mistakes, there are going to be missteps, there are going to be fuck ups, and there's going to be like surrounding nuances around these things where not everything goes according to fucking plan.
Right. And that's what we need to contend with. And also like, something that they were saying of the, the Soviet individuals that were in power, following the revolution and following the Civil War, just because of like just because of the atmosphere that was feudal or pre-Soviet Russia, a lot of these revolutionaries that ended up with state power weren't even educated in any kind of formal way. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying their best to get this together, and there's obviously some, you're trudging into unrealized territory. You know what I mean here? And go ahead.
You're literally inventing the fucking future.
Yeah.
Right? Like what Sankara said, like the Parenti even says where the fuck is it? Like, because it attempts to establish economic democracy by building an egalitarian collectivist social system, though they rarely come right out and say as much. This counter-revolutionary interventionist policy rests on several dubious assumptions that might be stated and rebutted as follows. And I don't know, like, do you want to like read these points? Do you have those listed?
What, these points?
Yeah.
You mean these points right here? Oh,
these points right here?
I can't. Okay, there it goes. How do I get that to go away? I'm sorry.
These are dubious.
Right. Actually, real quick though, right before we get to that though, I wanted to highlight that second thing that we were talking about. Like, obviously, we can look at the Soviet Union and the massive material gains that they achieved, between, let's just say, 1920 and 1950, and then, lived extremely stable and relatively prosperous lives to many non-Western countries up until the dissolution or the disintegration of the Soviet Union, where there's CIA documents that state that Soviet citizens are as well fed, if not more well fed, than your average American. I'm sure you've seen
Higher caloric intake.
Higher caloric intake than the average American. This is like in the 70s and the 80s. So this is where we're at, in terms of that. The difference between China, which, is still, just the introduction of barefoot doctors that, prevent many, many diseases. And, now China, the living conditions in China are, just unrealized in a lot of what was the third world, and so on and so forth. Never really recognized as much as the misfortunes of these socialist experiments. But then the second thing is the undue association of third world countries as being like some kind of like Soviet agents or victims of Soviet infiltration, being like, and I think Perenni said something like regardless of if they want to claim allegiance to Moscow, or he says Peking, but that's such an antiquated term. It's Beijing. It's funny that he even wrote it in there as that, but that was just, I guess, the lingo of the time.
Do you think that he's talking about like the Bandung conference and like the non-aligned movement?
Well, no, I think he's talking about the United States just using the word Soviet as a boogeyman for any of their interventions. So Guatemala, right, for example, the Guatemalan Revolution, Alvaro and Arbenz were not Soviet agents. The unions and the communists and the land reform programs were not Soviet sponsored puppet states, but the United States would have the United States would have you believe that there was a mini Soviet Union in South America. Same thing within Cuba. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think Castro was a self-proclaimed nationalist for much of his early campaign for power, and then even embraced communism only after the revolution had already happened. Maybe influenced by Che, maybe influenced by various other things, but
his brother and Che were the two,
right.
Like,
but there was my point is that the Soviet Union was not in fucking Cuba. The Soviet Union did
not until like way later.
Right. The Soviet Union did not cause the Cuban Revolution. The Soviet Union did not cause the fucking, you can probably point to a little bit in China and Korea, because from the 1920s on, there was Korean and I believe China and Chinese and Manchurian people going to the Soviet Union and actually learning in Soviet institutions and things like that. So sure, you know what, but then also the Korean people's government was not Soviet backed. These were peasants that were getting together and autonomously running factories and things like that without the Soviets there to fucking direct them.
And like, even if you did want to use like Korea, for instance, right? You would still have that example of like Stalin literally like being quoted to defaulting to when what is it, the grandfather, Kim Il-sung, requesting support from Stalin. Stalin's like, I think you should ask Mao.
Yeah. Well, and we'll talk about that in a little bit too, because if we're going to get into the Truman Doctrine, I want to talk about Greece, and Greece is an example of Stalin being like, I'm not helping them even though they're communists, because
Italy's another one.
Because Stalin made a agreement with Churchill in regards to, I guess, spheres of influence and what he would do. And obviously coming off the heels of World War II, Stalin did not want to get into another fucking world war with the United States. So even though you had Greek communists who were putting a valiant effort to establish socialism in Greece against monarchist Nazi collaborators, Stalin did not give them a dollar worth of aid.
If anything, he literally requested them, like, please lay down your arms. He said the same thing to the Italian communists. I think he also said something similar to the French ones too.
Right. And this is the person that look at what the CIA did and then compare it with that from Stalin, the guy who wouldn't even help people who I wish he would have helped. I wish he did give some fucking money to the Greeks, and I wish he did give money to the Italians, and I wish he did.
I wish he
Okay,
helped the
but-
Iraqi, the Iranian. I wish
I
he
can't
helped
believe
the fucking
I can't believe,
Vietnamese.
dude. I can't believe that they even go and say that they pretend that that Korea was like some kind of thing where like, oh, Korea, the Korean War was actually a proxy war between the United States and the Soviet Union. How many Soviet soldiers were in North Korea? How many Soviet soldiers fought in the Korean War?
Right.
How many American soldiers fought in the Korean War?
Right.
It was a full-on assault by actual Americans with American equipment versus Korean people, and then China got involved. But there was no Soviet
The only reason there was even a conflict between the Korean people was because of the U.S.
Exactly. But also, I think I've looked up this before. I think there was a couple like Soviet planes that got involved. I don't think, but like we're
Because
comparing.
they were on the border.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I don't want to be held if someone's going to take me to task on that. I think there was a little bit, but in terms of like, there's literally U.S. military bases and U.S.
We
coordination.
literally
and US
mistakenly bombed a Soviet like air base, and they had every right to like, be like, you want war.
Yeah.
And they did not.
Yeah. So I just got to even compare the two in the case of Korea. And I love talking about Korea. Let's talk about this real quick. And I think this is what a lot of people don't actually know, right? So the People's Republic of Korea sounds like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It sounds like the DPRK, but it's not. This was actually something that predated the DPRK. And this was actually a government that was initially being created by the Korean people after the Japanese left. The Japanese left and the Koreans were like, oh, great. You know what I mean? Like they all left. We can start organizing our own government. So let's see. It's a short-lived provisional government that was organized at the time of the surrender of the Empire of Japan at the end of World War II. It was proclaimed on September 6, 1945, as Korea was being divided into two occupation zones by no choice of its own.
Right.
With the Soviet Union occupying north, the United States occupying south. Based on a network of people's committees, it presented a program of radical social change. In the South, the U.S. military government outlawed the PRK on December
not the Korean. Wait. The U.S. military government outlawed the PRK, not the South Koreans.
Exactly. It was very popular in the South. It was extremely popular.
Colonized for 44 years at this point by the Japanese. They had a culture of like workers' councils and shit already.
Right. In the North, the Soviet authorities took over the PRK by installing pro-Soviet Korean communists such as Kim Il-sung in positions of power and incorporated into the political structure of the. This I take a lot of issue with. Kim Il-sung was extremely popular because he was a resistance fighter against the Japanese. He was a hero of the war, and he was being pressed against Syngman Rhee, who was a person who didn't even live in Korea. He was in the United States for all of that. He was not a freedom fighter.
Syngman Rhee, for those of you that have not listened to the most recent season of Blowback, was not elected by the Korean people. He was handpicked by the U.S. government and had been living in the U.S. going to an Ivy League fucking school.
Exactly.
Right?
Vlad, I promise you, I have Bruce Cummings' books, The Origins of the Korean War. And this must be from whatever source this is. It is not Bruce Cummings that's saying this, because Bruce Cummings gives a very different picture. Honestly, I've read this before, and I feel like this has been changed because it's leaving out so much context. Let's give it before we jump to it. Let's just see here. So like you can see here, because they even talk about let's see here. So this is what the objectives of the this was: the immediate release of political prisoners and economic prisoners across the country, secure food for 3 months, don't interfere with political activities, don't interfere with the education of students and youth, don't interfere with mobilization of workers and peasants into workers' councils. Workers' councils. Does that sound familiar to anybody?
I don't know, man. What's the Russian word for like a council?
Gulag, I think.
No, I can't. That's an That's actually like what is it? Like not an abbreviation.
I think they're called gulags, right? The workers' councils?
Gulag literally,
No,
I
called
think is
Soviet.
an acronym.
I think
Gulag is an
Soviet.
acronym.
I think Soviet is the word that you're looking for.
Soviet.
Okay. So, and this is what the founding code was. Each faction should unite with each other and establish a unified nation for the freedom and independence of the Korean people. This is what most of the people in Korea wanted at this time. They wanted to unify. They did not want some demarcated country and spheres of influence. They wanted independence and they wanted reunification. cooperate to form a united front against Japan and eradicate any reactionary forces that hinder the complete independence of Korea. In terms of construction, all efforts should be focused on the liberation of the Democratic Republic. Completely independent country, deployment.
I love how they need to include the word regime.
While the Soviet authorities initially recognized and worked with the people's committees, they made determined efforts to ensure that Koreans friendly to their political interests, especially Korean communists, were placed into positions of power. Immediately after the Soviet set about shifting the political center of the people's committees to the political left and installed a number of Korean communists into the people's committees until eventually the majority. I've read some very like that they were already that the Soviets were very hands off in this situation because they were already kind of organizing in left ways. There wasn't a lot of heavy handedness. If you want to read Bruce Cummings, this is kind of what he says, is that the Soviets were not very heavy handed in this whatsoever, especially when compared to the United States and the South. So I guess there's suppression in the South. After the American arrival, the United States military government in Korea controlled the peninsula south of the 30th parallel. The military governor, John R. Hodge, refused to recognize the PRK and its people committees and outlawed it on the 12th of December. He later said, one of our missions was to break down this communist government. He was on 1947, was assassinated. Edgar Snow said the United States landed in Korea without any preparation. However, there was already a founding committee in Korea, and soon after there was a political preparation. If the Americans had saved the National Preparatory Committee, the construction of Korea would have been faster and more beneficial. That's if the United States didn't get involved in it. Man, this Wikipedia page changed a lot over like the past 2 years or so when I was writing about Korea, man.
Yeah, man.
Let me see one thing here, because I might actually have my script that I actually wrote where I source a lot of this stuff.
2 years ago, fucking, I don't even know if we thought that the grandson was still alive. I think that might have been when he was replaced by his sister, right?
By his sister?
Yeah, you don't remember that? The brief interim period where people thought Kim Jong-un was dead and replaced by his sister?
No, I didn't know that at all.
So, all right, we've seen, like, you know, what the policies were for, like, you know, this particular government, the post-war, like, you know, council of workers government that, like, you know, they had set up that was completely independent from influence of, like, the Soviet Union. On the other hand, you know, the policy of the U.S. was, one, U.S. leaders have the right to define the limits of socioeconomic development within other nations. Not true. Under no canon of international law or any other legal stricture do the leaders of this country have the right to ordain what kind of economic system or mode of social development another country may adopt, no more than do the leaders of other countries have to dictate such things to the United States. In practice, the option to dictate is exercised by the strong over the weak, a policy of might, not right. The United States must play a counter-revolutionary containment role in order to protect our national interests. This is true only if we equate our national interests with the investment interests of high finance U.S. interventionism. Has been very effective in building neo-imperialism, keeping the land, labor, natural resources, and markets of third world countries available at bargain prices to multinational corporations. But these corporate interests do not represent the interests of the U.S. people. The public pays for the huge military budgets and ensures the export of its jobs to foreign labor markets, the inflow of thousands of impoverished immigrants who compete for scarce employment and housing, and various other costs of empire. And we talked about that at length when we were doing Jason Hickel's The Divide, which are now on our YouTube channel. I got to add a little link below the video if you're watching this not on mobile to our YouTube channel. But if you just search for Subversive History on YouTube, you should be able to find our older episodes. So, furthermore, revolutionary governments like Cuba, Libya, Vietnam, and North Korea were and still are eager to trade and maintain peaceful relations with this country. And you cannot deny that. Because there were certain points where Libya was trading with other capitalist countries. Cuba, under the Obama presidency, thrived when they had U.S. tourists going there. Vietnam, right, would love to have more trade going to them and to be released from their IMF loans, right? North Korea, there are plenty of videos that you can find on Instagram, on YouTube, of people that go there quite often, right? And they do not hate foreigners. They just don't want you dictating how they run their government. And they don't want you disrespecting their government. This is a people that survived a fucking genocide, right? It just doesn't make any goddamn fucking sense to me. Why?
Yeah. And there's actually a book called North Korea, South Korea that I have downstairs where it's not really discussed a lot, but there was actually like in the 90s, I think it was under Clinton, there was actually a lot of like very positive work being done to not like manufacture this like North Korean menace type of situation. There was actually a lot of like attempts from the North Koreans to remedy the situation and try to make it better. And this is before that there's this book called Inventing the Axis of Evil, and it talks about how
Bush completely
North Korea was manufactured into this villain more so than it actually was.
Yeah, because under the Clinton presidency, they were actually fairly close to reunification. Or at least, merging rail lines and reopening to trade with one another. And the Bush presidency walked in and was like,
none of that.
Fat chance. So, there's that. The United States has a moral obligation to guarantee the stability of nations that are undergoing democratic development, but are threatened by revolutionaries and terrorists. Terrorists. That word that means whatever you need it to mean when you need it to mean that.
Right.
In fact, most U.S. interventionists are on behalf of corrupt and self-serving oligarchs and anti-democratic militarists who take power with or without the benefit of the U.S.-sponsored showcase elections. Third world oligarchs are frequently educated at elite U.S. universities, sort of like a certain leader of a certain Korea. And end up on the CIA payroll, as do their police chiefs and military officers, many of whom receive training in torture and assassination at U.S. counterinsurgency institutions like the School of the Americas, like the Phoenix program, like what did they rename the School of the Americas to?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. No, you're good.
We did a whole thing. I have a whole book that's literally just about the School of Americas. I brought it up here and I talked about it when we were talking about.
It's now called the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation.
Right.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna make the last point and then that's
it. Yeah, do it.
Fundamental social change should be peacefully pursued within the established order of nations rather than by revolutionary turmoil. U.S. policymakers maintain that they favor eliminating mass poverty in poorer countries and that they are not opposed to the laudatory objectives of social revolution, but to its violent methods. They say that transformations must be effected gradually and peacefully, preferably through private investment and the benign workings of the free market. In fact, corporate investment is more likely to deter rather than encourage reform by preempting markets and restructuring the local economy to fit foreign capital extraction needs. International finance capital has no interest in bettering the life chances of third world peoples. Generally, as Western investments have increased in the third world, life conditions for ordinary peasants and workers have grown steadily more desperate, which again, we covered.
I was going to say, do we have to read The Divide again?
Again, and
do we have?
Sam for posting the YouTube link where you can find our older episodes covering the divide by Jason Hickel, not Jackson Hinkle.
Because it's like to even like go over that is almost exhausting because we went through this with a tooth and comb. All of the ways that this metric of liberalization and free marketeering is that Maduro?
Yeah.
Is hindering development and fostering poverty.
And it's like so comical that like they try to act as if like the Venezuelan government was in like some kind of like fucking free fall or some shit when like the whole Guaido thing was going on. And right now we're on what like vote. I think, yeah, right now they're they're coming back from recess in the House, and they're in a deadlock because they can't elect a Speaker of the House because 20 people are holding up the votes of another like 200 some odd people that have no problem voting for two other dickheads to be the Speaker of the House.
In the United States?
Right now.
Yeah.
Right now, we still don't have a Speaker of the House. Even though the Republicans won the election, there's like 20 QAnon fucking people that like, you know, Matt Gaetz and like all those like weird fucking ghouls, right? They are literally holding up like the entire fucking election because they don't want this guy named McCarthy, which, you know, yeah, fuck
cool
him.
ass name. So for me, for these four, like I can go in there and we can dissect each of them, but really what I think the most important thing, and just for brevity's sake, because like I know I was telling Johnny about this earlier, I get real heavy in the beginning because I'm just going crazy and I can't stop talking about the Philippines. And then like next thing I know, like an hour and a half has gone by and I'm literally on the first slide. And I'm like, so that's something that I need to work on is like spreading it out a little bit more. But really, you know, what I look at when I see this is I just think about the Truman Doctrine. So let's talk about the Truman Doctrine, because I think that that is really the primary representation of number one, which number one states the U.S. leaders have the right to define the limits of socioeconomic development within other nations, and that the United States must play a counter-revolutionary containment role in order to protect our national interests. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate the support.
Yeah, we had no plans to talk about like, you know, half the shit that we have.
No, but you know, to be honest, I feel a little bit better just kind of going off the cuff like that than following like an extremely rigid formula. And also, guess what? When we're done talking about this fucking book, I have the thing that I wrote about the PRK with sources, and I'm gonna read it because I'm not gonna be fucking showed up by that stupid fucking Wikipedia page that some dickhead edited. So stay tuned. I don't give a fuck if there's no one in chat. I'm gonna read that. Johnny, you can go. I don't care what you do, but that's getting read.
It'll be on the internet for the rest of our lives.
Yep. So the Truman Doctrine. Look at this painting of Truman. I hate this dude.
I would even on his best day, I don't think he ever looked that smooth.
So the Truman Doctrine. Now, I had all these pulled up and I was going to pull them up in a secession, but just for time's sake, awesome. Thank you, Sam. You're the best. Thank you so much for the support. The Truman Doctrine is really just kind of like what Johnny was saying before and what I was saying before of the continued imperialist project that is the United States. It was born of imperialism and it carries out imperialism in perpetuity. The Truman Doctrine, in my opinion, is the ultimate consecration of that role, because obviously you had a continued legacy of white man's burden and the civilizing or the just deserts of the white man that you have to, you know, John Locke, you know, the Indians don't know what they're doing on their land. You can just take it from them because you can be more productive with it.
They've only been here for like, you know, 34,000 years.
Right. Race scientists. And then you have this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, which is generally euphemistically referred to as a way to protect the hemisphere from European colonialism, but in reality was just a way for the United States to say that we can do anything we want to anywhere in South America. And if something that a South American country decides to do interferes with our interests, which is generally an economic or a business interest, we can interfere. So a good example of this is, have you ever heard of the Platt Amendment?
The name sounds really familiar. I feel like we learned it in high school, and
You never learned about this in high school, I promise you.
I did not.
No.
No.
So the Platt Amendment was a bill passed in 1901. It stipulated 7 conditions for the withdrawal of the United States troop remaining in Cuba at the end of the Spanish-American War, and an 8th condition that Cuba signs a treaty accepting 7 conditions. It defined the terms of Cuban-U.S. relations essentially to be an unequal one of U.S. dominance over Cuba. So the Platt Amendment is essentially a extraterritorial promise that the United States can essentially get involved in Cuban affairs at any point for any reason if it doesn't like what's happening.
And I assume that's still effective today.
I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure if it's technically still in effect.
Well, I mean, it's like the same thing as like what the fuck is it? The Monroe
that the Korean
Doctrine.
War is still technically going on.
Yeah, and the Monroe Doctrine was never technically like
Yeah.
abolished or revoked or anything. So it's like, you know,
The government of Cuba shall never enter into any treaty or other compact with any foreign power or powers which will tend to impair the independence of Cuba, nor any manner authorized from any foreign power. It said government shall not assume any contract, any public debt to pay interest upon which, and to make reasonable sinking provision. Consent the United States may exercise the right to. Okay, here we go. That the government of Cuba consents that the United States may exercise the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, which is essentially just like a catch-all, like anything that is mildly inconveniencing the United States and Cuba. So sorry to go off on a tangent there, but the Platt Amendment is a real big kind of example of this Monroe Doctrine, pretty much being like the United States reserves the right to interfere for really any reason. Then you have this thing called the Roosevelt Corollary. What did you say?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna state like what the Monroe Doctrine was, because Sam was like, I thought it was the one, you know, they couldn't, or the East couldn't interfere with the Americas. And no, it's
right. Well, that's why I said it was like European colonialism, because Spain was involved, was the colonial power in many South American and Central American and Caribbean areas. So, right. So yes, we were.
Yes.
Yes, but that's not exactly what I was going to say. But yes. So the thing is that Spain was involved in so many South American and Latin American, let's just say Latin American countries. And the United States was like, guess what? We're the Western Hemisphere. No more Spain or anybody is going to fuck around over here. The United States has colonial dominion over this entire fucking hemisphere. And no European is going to come over here and colonize Mexico or Guatemala or Cuba or any of these places. This is the U.S. territory. But along with that, what underpinned that is it gave the United States essentially extraterritorial power over the entire hemisphere.
Right.
Now, and then we're going to get to the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, the Truman Doctrine, but let's just take it point by point, which I said I wasn't going to do this, but we're going to do it. Then you have the Roosevelt Corollary, which is an expansion of the Monroe Doctrine by Theodore Roosevelt that states that the United States could intervene in the internal affairs of Latin American countries if they were committed flagrant and chronic wrongdoings. Which is pretty funny. I think there's an old Noam Chomsky here.
Linguist Noam Chomsky.
Critics such as linguist Noam Chomsky have argued that the Roosevelt Corollary was merely a more explicit imperialist threat building on the Monroe Doctrine, indicating that the U.S. would not only intervene in defense of South America in the face of European imperialism, but also use its muscle to obtain concessions and privileges for American corporations.
That's what the big stick was for.
Exactly. Big stick. That's exactly what this is generally referred to as. America's the big kid on the playground, and you're going to give us your lunch money. And you'll be lucky if we let you get some of the chips. That's essentially what that stated. So now we get to the big daddy of them all, which is the Truman Doctrine, which the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary both refer specifically to the Western Hemisphere. Corollary. I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. I'm pretty certain it's corollary though.
Okay, fine. If you want to be a fucking grammar Nazi, you remember that guy called me a grammar Nazi when I didn't even like, that's not even fucking grammar. You just use the word. I'm sorry, but now you have the Truman Doctrine, which is the Mac Daddy of all imperialist documents, which the Truman Doctrine essentially states that the United States has not only the right, but the responsibility to intervene anywhere on the planet if it means preserving democracy. It says right here, support for democracies against authoritarian threats. So the Truman Doctrine is replete with this flowery language of self-determination and democracy and freedom. This is really, that whole thing that we hear about in our lifetimes, or at least my lifetime, with Iraq and Iran and Afghanistan, that we're there to promote democracy and freedom. And this is that type of rhetoric started here
to wage the crusade,
to lead the crusade for freedom.
Was
that Obama or Bush?
But Bush literally referred to it mistakenly, right? I believe he said he retracted the statement as a gaffe, but he referred to it as a fucking crusade at one point. And like the fucking media went fucking wild. Like, what are you saying? And Manifest Destiny, it's a little different. It's a phrase coined in 1845 is the idea of the United States is destined by God. Its advocates believed to expand its dominion and spread democracy and capitalism across the entire North American
Which
continent.
is really like, I probably should have brought that up as the predecessor to even the Monroe Doctrine. So that kind of makes sense in the secession doctrines of imperialism, is that it probably went for Manifest Destiny and so on and so forth. But actually, Manifest Destiny was probably preceded by that Lockean liberalism that stated that you pretty much have the right to assume the land of someone if they aren't, I guess, working it properly or working it to the greatest efficiency. Was this kind of Lockean thing that underpinned a lot of capitalist liberal thinking at the time. John Locke is one of like the king liberals of liberal philosophy. But so I'm gonna go back in a time machine to one of my like first semesters in school where I was in an American history course. And I had to do a discussion board, which is where everybody has to contribute to like a question. There's like a question and everybody has to answer it. And typically you have to respond to people, like one or two people, and just give them a response. And the question that I had to answer was the Truman Doctrine a good thing? And I didn't know much about this at this time. I didn't really know what the Truman Doctrine entailed. When you read about it, it's especially on this, it's generally reflected in an extremely positive way. And I promise you this, when I finished this discussion board, I was the one dissenting opinion out of an entire class of people. Every single person other than myself said that the Truman Doctrine was a good thing. And I was the one person who said it wasn't. And you know what changed my mind, or at least led me to believe that it wasn't good?
What?
Greece.
What?
So let's talk about Greece. Let's talk about Greece for a second here. So in the Truman Doctrine, you'll see here, I'll just find it real quick. Oh, I don't want to bookmark. Go away. So you'll see here, Greece. Okay, it's right there.
And Turkey.
And Turkey are the two that are specifically mentioned in the Truman Doctrine as being the reasons why this needs to happen. Is that there's things happening in Greece and Turkey, and just reading it for what it is, you might think that there was some very nefarious Soviet intervention going on in Greece and Turkey. And I'm not going to talk about Greece or Turkey right now because I don't know as much about it. But in terms of Turkey, let's talk about that. Turkey, Greece. Where is it? Okay. So I decided to read a little bit about Greece before I answered that discussion question, right? And that's where I came to learn about this, which is called the White Terror, which is a term used in Greece, analogous to similar cases for the period of persecution of members of the Communist Party of Greece and other former members of the leftist World War II era resistance organization. So again, I'm like, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like an idiot having to say this again, because I just said it about the Philippines. I just said it about Korea. I just said it about Vietnam. Am I going to say it again about Greece? Yes. Who led the resistance against the Nazi occupiers? Johnny, do you want to take a guess? Who led the
Okay,
resistance.
all right. So I'm gonna use the reason deduce this because it wasn't the landlords, probably wasn't the business
Nope,
leaders and
wasn't
magnates.
either of those.
It probably wasn't fishermen, right? I
There
assume that
probably there might have been some fishermen.
might have been some fishermen.
It was the communists. It was the communists in Greece
Sure.
that led a it was the communists that led a constant resistance against not only the Nazi occupiers but the collaborators. Never forget that there's always collaborators, just like in France, just like in Japan, not in Japan, just in Korea with the Japanese, just like in the Philippines with the Japanese. There was those that collaborate for their own self-interest with fascistic occupying powers. And guess who isn't too happy about them? When the Nazis lose the war and have to retreat, and there's the vestiges left over of their collaborators, the peasantry, the people, the workers, the regular masses, not the rich landowners, not the monarchy, but it's the people who make up the countryside and the toiling masses who say, you know what, dude, you just fucked us over royally. And the only people that were there resisting you were communists. Guess what? I'm a fucking communist now. I hate to always go back to Korea, but Korea may be my single most educated subject between Korea and Guatemala. There's plenty of people that joined the communists that weren't even fucking communists. They didn't know anything about Marx. They didn't know anything about economics. They didn't know anything about political science. All they knew is that these were the guys that were fighting the Japanese, not collaborating with them. And this is what you have also in Greece. What'd you say?
It's kind of interesting that you keep saying that word royally and royals. I wonder who is part of like the Greek royal family. I wonder who do you think like the Greek royal family was sympathetic to?
Nazis.
And
Churchill.
What?
Churchill?
Oh no, I'm not talking about Churchill. There's this guy, right? You know, that married this person that recently passed away.
The Queen of England or the King of England or something? I don't know what you're talking about.
He was never technically the King of England.
Prince Charles.
What?
I don't know much about the royal family, man.
That's okay. Yeah, nobody should, but just Google Prince Philip Nazi.
Oh, okay, yeah, I knew about that. I heard about all that when he died.
Lazy's in a box. Lazy's in a box. Lazy's in a box. Lazy's in a box.
All right, so back to Greece, right? And I try not to lose this thing that I'm building here about my class and this discussion board, right? Because I'm trying to figure out, for me, a person that literally doesn't know if the Truman Doctrine was a good thing or not. I didn't know, so I was like, let me look into Greece. So now I'm learning that there was an entire white terror, not unlike the white terror that happened in Taiwan.
Oh, there too. It's kind of funny how they're always like the white army, you know, like the whites.
That was persecuting members of the Communist Party and other members of the resistance organization, who were fighting against Nazis. During the Axis occupation of Greece, the communist-dominated EAM/ELAS had become the major organization within Greek resistance movement. And by the summer of 1944, with an estimated membership of between 500,000 and 2 million and disposing of some 150,000 fighters, it dwarfed its nearest non-communist rivals. Mounting tensions between itself and the other rival groups sparked an ideology as well as EM's ambition to be the sole instrument of national liberation, led to the repeated clashes and what was later termed the first phase of the Civil War. At the time of Greece's liberation, EAM and ELAS dominated the country except for the major cities, especially Athens, where British forces supported the return of Greek government in exile. Because when the Nazis occupied Greece, the fucking Greek government, who was actually a monarchy, fled to Egypt. They decided, oh wow, the Nazis are coming. Later, we're going to chill out in Egypt. And maybe when this whole thing blows over, maybe we'll waltz in and be like, hey, thanks for defending our country against fucking Nazis. Do you mind if we cozy up back in here? And the thing is, the only people that fought against them and the massive support that they garnished while they did that said, nah, we're not too keen on you kings coming back in here and just reestablishing yourselves. We're going to fucking, operate our own country at this point. But the British forces, were not so happy with that. Churchill and the Brits were not super keen on letting the communists run things, and they wanted the monarchy to be reestablished.
I wonder what other royal family, possibly in Europe, was sympathetic to the Nazis and ruled from another country during that time. Oh, it's probably nothing. That probably didn't happen in Poland. So keep going.
Okay. So, the internal disagreements of the government resulted in the withdrawal of EAM ministers, the dormant rivalry between Papandrew's government, backed by the British, and EAM-ELS resulted in clashes in Athens, where ELAS, the communists, were defeated, and the disarmament of the organization through this treaty. The Varkiza agreement was never fully implemented, as its terms contained many intentional omissions and ambiguities. The government side failed to fulfill its obligations, while rogue members of KKE, such as Aris Volashutis, hid large caches of weaponry in anticipation of future reprisals by the rightists. Greek leftists were systematically denied their political and legal rights by the government, facilitating their subsequent persecution. With ELAS neutralized, its members became easy prey for the various right-wing groups in retaliation for the preceding Red Terror. I don't know what the Red Terror is. I've never heard about it. There's not even a hyperlink on it, unlike the White Terror. So it makes me think that it may not necessarily be a significant
What's
situation.
the footnote, the little 8 there?
Normally, you can't access these. The Cold War in the Balkans.
What, the Balkans? We're talking about fucking Greece, bro.
Yeah. So these ranged from former members of the collaborationist, that word, security battalions.
Security
formed during the
battalion.
Axis-Invasion.
It works for who?
What is
Oh.
The security battalions were Greek collaboration military groups formed during the Axis occupation of Greece during World War II in order to support the German occupation troops. It's funny it says German and not Nazi. You know what I mean? Like you think like it's like very euphemistic to not like throw the word Nazi.
Well, technically it was the Wehrmacht.
Yeah, exactly. So former members of the collaborationist security battalions to the government's paramilitary security forces, chiefly the Greek gendarmerie. How do you even say that?
Gender army.
Okay. And the National Guard acting with the government's tacit support. Thus, as Polymeris Voglis points out, dude, these Greek names are killing me. I'm sorry,
Gendarmerie.
Whereas elsewhere in Europe, prisons, this is so crazy. Whereas elsewhere in Europe, prisons were flooded with fascists and their collaborators. In Greece, most of the prisoners were members of leftist resistance organizations. So, interesting disparity there between a lot of the situations going here post World War II, where many of European prisons were flooded with fascists and their collaborators. In Greece, seems like many of them were leftist resistance organizations. According to British legal missions in Greece, out of the 16,700 prisoner inmates, only 7,000 were common law criminals. That's a worse rate than the gulags.
Yeah.
Just saying. If you want to look up the percentage of political prisoners in gulags, it's actually worse than the one in Greece. There was actually less political prisoners in gulags than there was in these Greek prisons.
I could probably also assume that the mortality rate, or whatever word you want to use for where people die inside of these prisons, probably.
I wouldn't know. Okay. 6,000 were left-wing prisoners and prisoners after, and only 3,000 were collaborators. So out of the 16,000, only 3,000 were Nazi collaborators. They keep saying collaborator and they don't throw the word Nazi in front of that, and that kind of irritates me. I'm not quite sure why they omit that, but when they say collaborator, they mean Nazi collaborator.
Well, Patrick, were they members of the Nazi Party?
That's like Steven Crowder. That's like Steven Crowder shit. Like, oh, they say I'm a Nazi. Am I a member of the NSDP? Am I a member of the National Socialist Workers Party? Yeah.
Motherfucker, you know what I mean.
As of December 1945, 50,000 people were wanted by Greek authorities due to their affiliation with the communists. The campaign of persecution lasted through 1945 and much of 1946 and was a critical element of the radicalization and polarization of the political climate in the country.
Oh, and boy, was the political climate in Greece just fucking wild. I mean, literally till to today. It's still fucking crazy. I mean, you've got like, black metal artists that
Yeah.
are like, part of some Black Sun fucking like, Nazi Golden Dawn bullshit, like literally running for government. Where like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like maybe now is the time for like, Nazi black metal artists they could probably get elected. I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like we're at that point.
Varg Vikernes could run
Yeah.
for office at this point, and like
Maybe not presidency, but like I feel like what he could probably like between him and Dr. Oz, I feel like he would probably beat Dr. Oz in the primary.
So the National Guard established outposts across the entire country. However, its numbers were insufficient to maintain order. So what do they utilize? Under those circumstances, policing was often carried out by far-right paramilitary organizations, most notably Organization X. Organizations with paramilitary right-wing anti-communist royalist organization set up in 1941 during the Axis occupation of Greece. So it was set up in 1941 during the occupation. Does that mean that it was set up without the consent or the organization of the Axis occupation? It's like they're doing everything that they. It's like they're doing everything that they possibly fucking can to
They were
not
just
say
go-getters, man. And honestly, I feel like that X isn't an X. I think because I mean, like, wait, no. Do the Greeks use like Roman numerals? Would that be Organization 10? Would that be?
I'm not sure, man. Is it maybe they're Greek numerals? I don't actually know that. So, I'm just reading about this the fucking X thing, which is pretty much just like a cover for a Nazi organization.
Yeah, you can't tell by like the very Germanic looking fucking runes in the middle of it.
Yeah, paramilitary bands outnumbered official security units even beyond 1946. British involvement in directly supporting foreign paramilitaries remains a controversial issue in Greek historiography. It has not been conclusively proven. It is certain that British authorities tolerated their activities and made no effort to prevent the persecution of Greek leftists. Also, British troops fired upon unarmed ELAS supporters. We'll get to that in 1 second, I assume. Death squads, you get the idea. In the period between the Treaty of Arkaisa, 1946 election, right-wing terror squads committed 1,200 murders, rapes, kidnapping, forced disappearances, injured, tortured, arrested. Women were shaved bald following the victory of the United Alignment of Nationalists. More murders, more injuries, more tortures, more buildings, and more political offices ransacked. Let's go to the Greek Civil War. Mind you, this is still why I'm doing my investigation of, was the Truman Doctrine a good thing? The war has its root in the war through conflict between the communist-dominated left-wing resistance organization and loosely allied anti-communist resistance forces. It later escalated into a major civil war between the state and the communists. Fighting resulted in the defeat by the Hellenic Army.
The fuck, Hellenic Army?
See, the struggle was the first proxy war of the Cold War. This was not a fucking proxy war. The Soviet Union was not propping up ELAS.
Hey, if
like
anything,
calling
they
it a proxy
literally
war.
asked them to lay down their arms. But look at
It
this
was a
guy right here. George F. Kennan.
Sounds familiar, right? I guess I've talked about this enough.
I feel like now is the time that like did I send you that fucking video with the long telegram? I thought I did.
Yeah, you did. I just wanted to bring up the part where British troops shot unarmed people. But
I mean,
maybe you'll just take my word for it at this point. All right, guys. Maybe we'll talk about Greece another time. Maybe we'll read a book about Greece. But because of what I've read, that the United States and Britain used the Truman Doctrine to support Nazi collaborators against a grassroots communist organization, I declared that no, it was not a good thing, and it was actually antithetical to everything that it stated to support in its robust language of freedom and democracy and self-determination, all that. It has never done that. It has done precisely the opposite of that. The United States during the Cold War is probably the most supremely anti-democratic and anti self-determinant force in the history of the world.
Kind of seems like a theme.
Yeah.
But
we digress from the things that
just
we talk
keeps
about.
happening.
And we are going to talk about George Kennan because that was just brought up in a completely unrelated thing. Also, this is actually something else that we're going to talk about now. So George Kennan has a couple of fucking quotes here in this book that he brought up. Johnny, would you do the honors?
Yeah, certainly. All right. So, free market for the few. When he was the head of the State Department, policy planning staff during the early years of the Cold War, the noted author George Kennan revealed the ruthless realpolitik mentality of those dedicated to social inequality within and between nations. Kennan maintained that a wealthy United States facing an impoverished world could not afford the luxury of altruism and world benefaction and should cease talking about the vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of living standards, and democratization. The less we are hampered by idealistic slogans, the better. PP 23, U.S. State
So this pretty
Department.
much spits in the face of every fucking official declaration of United States intervention that has ever existed. Or at least, I mean, he did this in 1948. I guess you could say that maybe in the decades past that they maybe did, but like just for everything right around the Truman Doctrine era, which was 1948. I believe the Truman Doctrine was 1947 or maybe even 46. I'm not sure. I think 1947.
I think it was 47.
This spits in the face of everything that is stated in the Truman Doctrine. Is this guy just being like, yeah, well, we can't really, embrace these lofty ideals of altruism and benefaction, which benefaction just means benefiting. Like we can't even benefit the places that we're at. Like we don't like benefit is such like a low bar. Like, will it benefit them? Chill, dude. What are you, an ideologue? What are you? You can't be so idealistic about these things. How can it benefit them? I just think it's really funny that the word benefit.
Speaking at a briefing for U.S. ambassadors to Latin America, Kennan remarked, "The final answer might be an unpleasant one, but we should not hesitate before police repression by the local government. This is not shameful since the communists are essentially traitors. It is better to have a strong, i.e. repressive, regime in power than a liberal government if it is indulgent and relaxed and penetrated by communists." In a 1949 State Department intelligence report,
I wanted to make a really messed up, a really messed up joke about my girlfriend being relaxed and penetrated by a communist.
Christ. All right. In a 1949 State Department intelligence report, Kennan wrote that communists were, quote, people who are committed to the belief that the government has direct responsibility for the welfare of the people. So they had to be dealt with harshly without regard for such niceties as democratization and human rights.
The niceties.
Niceties.
Whoa, hey, chill out, guys. What am I fucking, what am I, Jesus Christ here? You know what I mean? What am I supposed to bring?
Mother Teresa over here? What is this? Does it say charity across my forehead?
Oh man.
So
yeah, this really lays bare the underlying soullessness and callous nature of United States interventions during this time period. That you can justify them by saying that you're bringing egalitarian, missions of democracy and freedom and fighting totalitarianism, but in reality, you were only doing this for one reason, that is for your U.S. geopolitical and business interests.
Yeah, as if, the entire book of The Divide does not just thoroughly break down everything that we've been discussing so far, like to today. It's not like, oh, there's a point in time where it stopped being like this. No, these policies like continued happening, and I think like in the one footnote, right, he says in that same statement, Huntington describes I'm sorry, where is this fucking thing? Is that footnote number 6? Yes. Okay. So the academic cheerleaders for U.S. interventionism, such as Samuel P. Huntington of Harvard University, think so. However bad a given evil may be, a worse one is always possible and often likely, Huntington concludes, going on to defend as lesser evils the murderous regimes in Chile under Pinochet and South Africa under apartheid. In that same statement, Huntington describes Mangusto I'm sorry, I'm butchering the shit out of that. The CIA supported head of the South African Inkatha Freedom Party as a, quote, notable contemporary democratic reformer. It is a matter of public record that Buthelezi collaborated with the top-level apartheid military and police in the murder of thousands of African National Congress supporters. That's the party that Nelson Mandela. Colonel Eugene de Kock, the highest-ranking officer convicted of apartheid crimes, who once described himself as the government's most efficient assassin, testified that he had supplied weapons, vehicles, and training to Buthelezzi's organization for a, quote, total onslaught strategy against democratic anti-apartheid forces. There is no denying that Buthelezi is Huntington's kind of guy. So, you find time and again that like the U.S. and the CIA have no qualms, no issues supporting one-party autocracy as acceptable of the government, so long as it's rightist, that is friendly toward private corporate investment, such as Turkey, Zaire, Guatemala, Indonesia, and dozens of other countries, including even communist countries that are sliding down the free market path. And at this time, when Michael Parenti is writing this, like we discussed before, supporting and critically supporting actually existing socialist governments. China in the 80s and in the 90s is not the China of today. And I know that there are many people that argue this point from either side of the ideological aisle, but look, I firmly support, China critically. And there's a lot to be critiqued that was going on in the 80s and 90s when, Parenti is writing this. And it's probably not going to be the last time that China comes up where he criticized the direction that they were heading. So don't be shocked if you've never read this book and you decide to read it and there are criticisms of China, because from his perspective, they're pretty valid.
Yep. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, I like these. Is this a continuation? No, but I like these quotes here where Henry Cabot Lodge admitted that the only people who have been doing anything for the little man to lift him up have been the communists. This is in regards to Vietnam. So this is even a recognition. They, when asked like why are the communists so popular, and then also that is restated by James Reston, who wrote, even Premier Kai, U.S. sponsored dictator of South Vietnam, told this reporter today that the communists were closer to the people's yearnings for social justice and an independent life than his own government. So
well, I mean, even Kennedy admits it in one interview where they're talking about like, what is it, like revolutionaries in like Africa or something, that like, yeah, these people are fighting for something. What do we have to offer them?
Yeah.
IMF loans, restructural adjustment, like.
So now, I feel like I've emptied my tank a lot here talking about this stuff before, but I'll try to keep my head in the game here, because this is one of the best concepts out of this entire chapter, in my opinion, and it's the concept of freedom that is so erroneously tossed around by the United States, which makes it seem as though that the United States is the sole arbiter, not only of like counter-revolution and intervention, but of the very notion of what freedom is, what it means to be free, and what freedom, where freedom begins and where freedom ends. And I think Peretti highlights that very poignantly here in a very poetic way, that there's no such thing as freedom in the abstract. There's freedom to speak openly and iconoclastically, the freedom to organize a political opposition, freedom of opportunity to get an education and pursue a livelihood, freedom to worship as one chooses or not worship at all, freedom to live in healthful conditions, freedom to enjoy various social benefits, and so on. Most of what is called freedom gets its definition within a social context. Of course, revolutions do not limit the freedoms of the corporate profiteered class and other privileged interests. The freedom to invest privately without regard to human and environmental costs, the freedom to live in obscene opulence while paying workers starvation wages, the freedom to treat the state as a private agency in the service of a privileged coterie.
Yeah, coterie.
The freedom to employ child labor and child prostitutes, the freedom to treat women as chattel, and so on. So, you know, there's more that he goes into here that I don't have highlighted, but he also talks about, they make it seem as though, let's say when the Soviets took power after the October Revolution, that they stripped away some democratic right that existed under the Tsar or something like that. But Peretti brings up
right to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that no such right ever existed in Russia. You know, in Russia, you would if you read Russian history, you would know that what predated the October Revolution was a thing called Bloody Sunday, which was just like, I believe, like what could be considered a peaceful demonstration of protesters outside of, is it called the Winter Palace?
Yeah,
you know, the Winter Palace, who was gunned down by Tsarist forces. So, I mean, this is the political climate that preceded the Russian Revolution. And was there, you know, anti or less than democratic events during the Russian Revolution and its preceding functions? Of course. But had Russia ever known democracy prior to this was a non-existent concept here. So we need to look at, like, what freedom are we actually talking about? Did the Soviet Revolution imbue freedoms or did it remove freedoms?
See,
and this is just one example.
I got so caught up in the second paragraph that I literally wrote like a whole fucking thing where, like, you know, I sent it to you before, but we have the freedom to pick lesser evils. We have the freedom to choose which narrative to subscribe to as deemed permissible by billionaires. We have the freedom to beg for subpar wages from any handful of monopolized fields of work. We have the freedom to work alongside few unionized workers without having to be in the union that we benefit from. We have the freedom to indebт ourselves to expand our worldview as a person and seek a personally fulfilling career. We have the freedom, in quotes, to helplessly watch far-right religious fundamentalists declare their intent today that they wish to suppress and eliminate minorities. I'm talking about, like, you know, LGBTQ people. I'm talking about, like, you know, minorities that, like, come here that are fleeing the, like, destabilization of, you know, where they're fleeing
NAFTA.
from in order to extract profit.
We did to them with NAFTA.
Right. We have the freedom to helplessly watch shooting after shooting motivated by manifestos of far-right subjugation, with our only means of defense given to us are institutions based around domestic and international violence, infiltrated by these same acolytes of esoteric fascistic dogma to an unknown, unstudied degree. We have the freedom to access the anachronistic, entirely wealth-based healthcare and inelastic demand that has impoverished and indebted more countrymen than even its own Western peers, right? We have our social benefits as fiscal assets and liabilities that are under siege and scapegoated as the cost or the failure to be some kaleidoscope of exceptionalism and national supremacy. Ideas that have enjoyed social popularity for centuries with material results that we've talked about a number of times now on this Twitch. that benefit workers that are poor and bogged down with debates around hypothetical issues, transnational historical dramas from over a century prior, alienated, isolated, relegated to parasocial communities, for fear of further ostracization because, God forbid you bring up in the workplace that you're a communist, or that so much is like you just don't think that this is working for anyone but a minority of people that have billions and billions of dollars and wealth of unknown imagination, from a hostile reactionary social schema that venerates sociopathic tendencies, meaning that you literally have to display the signs of sociopathy in order to get to these obscene levels of wealth, right? The social context for our society produces and exports this sociopathy. It exports it to other countries. Like we rely on other countries to follow the model, to be Americanized, right? We rely on countries like South Korea, like Turkey, like Brazil. Vive Lula. We rely on like exporting this insanity, right, across the world, because this is normal and this is how everyone should live. Everyone, like France or England dismantling their healthcare systems, right, to be more like the U.S. That's our cultural export. Our cultural export is things like the Christchurch shooting, where in the name of unfettered, freedom of speech, right, but only certain kinds of freedom of speech, because God forbid you start talking about a fucking union. God forbid you start talking about anything related to Marx or anti-colonialism or any of that other shit. You'll be shut the fuck down. You need to shut the fuck up. And you're relegated to these parasocial communities on like Reddit and Twitch and Facebook groups and sharing memes and shit like that, or you're left going to a fucking DSA meeting where you are helplessly going to town hall meetings to beg these people to stop signing these contracts with ICE to imprison people that like have done nothing wrong, right? You find yourself within organizations that like are grasping at straws to get any kind of power, and you forget trying to work with any kind of First Nation government, or and because they do have governments and they've been around like the entire fucking time, and they have history and they have experience and they have constituents and they have an economy and they have all these things. Forget about working with them. I mean, we need a socialist United States. We just need to put a bunch of hammers and sickles over place of the stars, and everything will be right. And we just need to change the aesthetic. We don't need to change anything about the way we socially interact with one another. We don't need to change anything about the way we ideologically like view the world in order to change that future. Anyways, this thing got me on a huge fucking tangent, and I'm sorry I kind of just hijacked that for a second. But
dude, I do it
yeah.
literally all the time. I wish you do it more so that I don't feel as bad.
This is why I love Parenti. This is why like I tell people when they ask about Parenti, like I think the only people that influence my worldview more than my own fucking parents is Michael Parenti, or at least as equal to, because we have to understand these sites of social construction, right, in order to dismantle them, right, both physically and ideologically. And that's why I think history is so important. But I also think that having good theory is also important. And I can't recommend, reading Vine Deloria Jr. Enough. I can't recommend, reading Gabriel Rockhill enough. I can't recommend reading, there's a book by Maurice Cornforth on Marxist philosophy. And it's good, approachable, just take a look, read a book. It's a rainbow out there, man.
Thank you, Johnny, for that impassioned summarization, and not only a summarization but continuation of the spirit that Perenni has evoked here. So I appreciate that very much.
All I needed was a couple microphone like problems, and
Yeah. This is the other part of it that I thought was incredibly. Let me see what else. Okay, whoa, get out of here, Castro. This is another part that I thought was incredibly interesting, which is, I guess, a value assessment of revolution, because we frequently highlight the downside of revolution, where revolution always comes with a cost, generally a human cost. But what is not referred to is the pain of a revolution worth the gain? Cost benefit accounting is a complicated business when applied to social transitions. But have we ever bothered to compare the violence of revolution against the violence that preceded it? I don't know how one measures the price of historical victories, said Robert Hellbronner. I only know that the way in which we ordinarily keep the books of history is wrong. We make no tally of the generations claimed by the combination of economic exploitation and political suppression so characteristic of the ancient regimes. The hapless victims of flood and famine in the Yangtze Valley of yesterday, the child prostitutes found dead in the back alleys of old Shanghai, the muziks stricken by cold and starvation across the frozen steppes of Russia. And what of today? No one is tallying the thousands of nameless victims who succumbed to U.S. trained torturers in Latin America, the hundreds of villages burned by counterinsurgency forces, the millions who are driven from their ancestral lands and sentenced to permanently stunted and malnourished lives, the millions who perish in the desperate misery and congestion of shanty slums and internment camps. Their sufferings go unrecorded and are not figured in the balance when the revolution metes out justice to erstwhile oligarchs and oppressors or commits excesses and abuses of its own.
Which is exactly what we were talking about for like an hour beforehand, where it's just like, who are we to, be the judge of like, but at what cost? Like every fucking article that brings up like any kind of gain that China has made in the last 10 fucking years.
Well, and just like Libya is a good example of this, because you could definitely point out of a lot of shit that Gaddafi was not so great about, you know what I mean? In terms of being a dictator, in terms of being repressive to his political enemies, in terms of like outright killing people at times. You can make a case for all that. And I would agree with you. I'm not here to, hoist Muammar Gaddafi up on a fucking pedestal. But what I will say is that there is a cost benefit analysis to be done here. What was Libya up until the point that he assumed power? What was Libya compared to other African nations at that time? And what is Libya afterwards? You know what I mean? Like, what is the legacy of Libya post Gaddafi Libya? Like, what's pretty bad. Our altruistic endeavor to depose Gaddafi, what has it resulted in? Has it resulted in a better Libya? Has it resulted in a better quality of life for the average Libyan individual?
Yeah, do they have democracy or
do they have water? Do they even have fucking water? Because that's the thing. Most of Libya doesn't even have fucking running water at this point.
Right. Oh, I mean, like one of the things that like he did was what the
built the stream
and the stream.
It was one of the largest water. It's one of the largest water development projects in the history of the world to bring water into Libya. So I have other books on that. We can read one of those one day.
I think at some point there's so much. There's always more to read. I do think that like Gaddafi is kind of like criminally understudied, and because I think he's like the perfect example of like, he wasn't great. I feel like a lot of like, what people kind of foist upon like the Mao and Stalin, oddly enough, never Ho Chi Minh. They never really like bring up like,
let me tell you, there's communist revolutionary icons, I'll call them, that are much easier to defame than others. Stalin and Mao are the easiest. Pol Pot is one of the easiest, and maybe for good reason. But I'm just saying for the criticisms of communism, for those that critique communism, that's who they're going to turn to. They don't talk about Sankara. They try to do it with Castro, which is weird because like the body count attached to that guy, even like the the furnished body count that they generally attribute to these people.
The
Even
polish.
Castro's is like dismal in comparison to most U.S. fucking allies. You know what I mean? It's, they have to make him out to be like a politically repressive and undemocratic, which at times, you could say that he was. You could say that there's definitely a lot to be expanded upon in Cuba, and I've been to Cuba multiple times, and and from my discussions with Cuban individuals, there's certainly a lot of things in terms of freedom of expression and political self-expression that Cuba needs to fucking improve on. But you can't act like Cuba is some fucking murder factory gulag state or something like that, because it's not.
You also can't act as if like the US doesn't like flies to shit attract themselves to anyone that's willing to publicly voice any sort of criticism and fucking prop them up and put I'm sure that there are people that have very valid criticisms of the government, right?
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something real quick. You can go to any country on the fucking planet,
right?
And especially if you go around with young people, they're going to criticize the government,
right?
Anywhere you go. It doesn't matter if you go to India. It doesn't matter if you go to Guatemala. It doesn't matter if it's in the United States. Even people that have no idea what the fuck is going on. There's people in the United States who have never read a fucking book, that never even read a news article. And you can go like, hey, what's up with the government? They're like, government's fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's a very common thing. And you can find that all over Cuba. Trust me. And I'm not even saying that that's everybody. I'm not saying that every single person in Cuba that decries their own government is some uneducated, politically illiterate, just kind of like, but the thing is that when you live under a government, you criticize it. You know what I mean? I would say that even in the United States, more people criticize their government if you ask them about it than praise it. Anywhere you go, you can be like, hey, do you think your government needs to improve? They're going to be like, fuck yeah. We need more jobs. We need better this. They need to fix potholes. Anybody's going to do that. Very few people are just cheerleaders for their government, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like, so you're going to find this in Cuba a lot, but there's a lot of things that Cuba can expand on. I would love to see Cuba become more tolerant of certain things, but guess what? Maybe Cuba needs to not be persecuted a little bit so much. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of political repression, what we would call politically repressive, we don't know what it's like to be in a country that is constantly faced with political assassinations and coup d'etat, orchestrated coup d'etats. Like, I don't know what it's like to try to run a government where I've been, how many times did they try to assassinate Castro?
What, like 300 something times?
Do you think that would instill like a kind of degree of paranoia into someone?
Right. Or,
and I'm not trying to say that this is justified. You're going to hear me talk about this constantly. If you listen to this and you listen to me talk about socialist countries, I do my best not to justify, and I have my biases. I don't justify, but I contextualize. That's my mission.
I would say an even starker example of that, starker even a word, but a more stark example of that would be, especially because of how much we've covered Korea, and especially for those watching that have, recently listened to the newest season of Blowback, right?
I hate Blowback.
I know. It's great though.
I know. They're so good.
Fucking like, imagine your grandparent, right? Your grandparents surviving, right? Like if surviving like 30% of the population of your country being like firebombed and murdered, and like half your family being separated, and forced to relocate, and all of this other shit, right? Just because you wanted to be independent from Japanese imperialism.
Every building that stood above 2 stories was bombed. That was what was instructed to the bombers that flew over North Korea.
And for the
bomb
American,
anything that stood over two, it was a absolutely, when I say like genocide, scorched earth or anything, there is no greater example of this than what happened in North Korea. Even Vietnam was not quite as. Vietnam was like, North Korea, Korea was like, hey, there's a line there. Everything above it, get rid of it. Like, bomb it to the Stone Age is actually what the Demon LeMay, his name is LeMay, is actually the guy's name.
Bombs away LeMay. Curtis
LeMay was an American Air Force general who implemented a controversial strategic bombing campaign in the Pacific Theater of World War II. He has a famous thing where if you ever hear somebody say bomb them into the Stone Age, that was him talking about fucking
Yeah,
North
we
Korea.
literally made it look like the surface of the moon. So what I'm getting at, right, is your grandparents survived like an ethnic cleansing, a genocide, right? Um, and the leader of your country, the George Washington figure, right? For the Americans in chat, Kim Il Sung was their George Washington. He was, a charismatic rebel. He was a leader, right? And he led
I would
people.
probably say that he was more inspiring than fucking George
Yeah,
Washington.
he didn't have slave teeth in his mouth.
Well, also George Washington was literally like a British general, wasn't he, for most of his career?
Yes. We never really got to that part where, he like burns down an entire fort, but so like we like to think that like, oh, they worship that family like living gods.
Right.
No, but we literally have a mural in our state capitol that it's called the Apotheosis of Washington, where George Washington is kind of drawn on the ceiling of the state capitol like he's fucking Jupiter on Mount Olympus. we do that.
We have Mount Rushmore.
we literally desecrated one of the most holy sites, like for an entire nation of people that lived
So that
here
we can
long
carve the
before us.
face of their colonizer of their colonizer onto it, so it can gaze over them for many miles.
We forced them, and literally countless other peoples, even outside of our country, to trade in money with his visage on it.
I don't know if you know these things where people like they write America but replace America with North Korea. Like they say in North Korea, children have to put their hand over their heart and pledge their allegiance to the nation every day. You have to do it in school or else you'll get in trouble. And they have the faces of the family carved into the mountains that gaze over the like. And then you're like, oh wait, that's not North Korea. That's the United States. Like weird. And also, you know what I looked up? I Googled one time, do other countries have pledges of allegiance? And I think I went across like a Quora or a Reddit post where a bunch of like people were like, no, in France, we think that's really fucking weird that you guys do that over there. It's fucking bizarre and like dystopian that you guys have to like do this like weird droning, singing pledge of your allegiance. It's not even like an anthem where it's kind of like a little sing song. It's a pledge of your allegiance. And you have to drone it. Stare at the flag and say it every fucking day before you're even old enough to
that you like the country. You pledge allegiance to it. You uncritically are a supporter of it.
There's also a funny stand-up comedian that I heard one time. I don't even know his name. I don't even know if he's big or anything, but he's talking about the the national anthem. He's like, the national anthem's interesting, right? Why are we the only national anthem that has bombs and shit? Why is they talking about bombing in our national anthem?
A part that we don't sing that it talks about slavery, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. Also, did you know the Pledge of Allegiance was written by a socialist?
Did not.
Here, check this out.
I'm pretty sure it's certain it's the national anthem, and there's a part about slavery. Yep, Star Spangled Banner's racist lyrics kept it from becoming. Sorry, so it wasn't the national anthem. It's Star Spangled Banner. Didn't become our national anthem for a century. Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Washington Post? I'm not subscribing.
Yeah, check out this guy. You ever hear this dude?
Oh, Francis Bellamy. Yeah.
Christian Socialist Baptist minister and author. He's best known for writing the original version of the Pledge of Allegiance.
A Christian socialist?
Bellamy was a Christian socialist who championed the rights of working people and the equal distribution of economic resources, which he believed was inherent to the teachings of Jesus. In 1891, Bellamy was forced from his Boston pulpit for preaching against the evils of capitalism and eventually stopped attending church altogether after moving to Florida, reportedly because of the racism he witnessed there. Francis's career as a preacher ended because of his tendency to describe Jesus as a socialist. In the 21st century, Bellamy is considered an early American democratic socialist. Pretty based guy, actually. When you consider it, I'm down with Christian socialists. I'm down with the MLK. I'm down to interpret the teachings of Jesus. Same thing. I'm down with Arab socialism that says that socialism is in line with the teachings of Islam, which I think in many respects it is. Same thing and also with Christianity. It's just funny because Martin Luther King, Francis Bellamy, it's just a nice irony that every time that there is that like bleeding heart American patriot that believes in the free market democracy of the United States, you're reciting the words of a socialist who preached against the evils of capitalism.
Yes. Yes, and
Okay,
that Christians, you know, actually there was like I forget what the fuck it was called. I think it was like the social church or something like that. But like the whole idea of like, you know, the what do they call it? The prosperity gospel or whatever. It's like a relatively like recent thing. It's like a 1920s thing. And what's his name? Second Thought. Has like a whole video about like why, you know, the Republican Party is like referred to as like the Christian Party, or why like the Christians nationalists of like, you know, today are like right wing. He goes over the history of like how no, originally it was like socialists, Christian socialists that like, you know, were preaching this liberation theology.
Yeah. And I for one don't think that religion and socialism, even Marxism, are incompatible.
I agree. I think that like, you know,
well, people like to say that because of like, you know, in Soviet Union there was a very enthusiastic anti-religious sentiment in the revolution.
Disagree with that. I
Really?
don't think it was an anti-religious. I think that like
It was secular.
When you consider the fact that it was the Russian Orthodox Church that gave validity to czarist rule, right? You are going to see a repression of people that support the overthrow of their fledgling government. So you're going to see people repress the church,
And
not individuals from, you know, so long as they're not preaching a message. I mean, look at what the fuck we have here in the US today.
Well, and just for the record, the United States did exploit the Catholic Church in many South American countries, like as a mouthpiece for anti-communism, stating that, you know, communism is godless and it's going to, you know, take your children away and stuff like that. You know, it would kind of like proliferate certain of those messages into churches so that there would be like Christian advocacy groups against communism. So that was something that also, let's not pretend that missionary work was not a weapon for colonization in Africa with King Leopold II utilizing missionaries to evangelize the savages. That's and to bring them further into our sphere of into our influence by
right here in the US, Canada, fucking Mexico, especially. Like they all fucking like had these schools, right, where they kidnapped, stole children, right, or you know, sent them even adults to like, you know, these schools, right, to be what would you call it, like Christianized, right,
indoctrinated,
have their language and culture completely extinguished, have like, you know, their entire society crushed. And it's like you can't really say the same thing, right?
Well,
you know,
let's go back to the Boxer Rebellion. The those anti-colonial forces were killing Christians and killing missionaries. And I'm not saying that that's like a good policy to have, to just like, you know, brand someone as a certain religious group and kill them. But you also
why were they doing that? Why
you also have to
Christians
recognize that missionaries have been a weaponized tool of colonialism. You have to recognize that. And that's what happened in Korea, and that's what happened in China, and that's what happened in many other places. You know, I would not indict any Congolese individual who decided to potentially remove the head of a missionary who was serving Belgian interest in their nation. And I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I wouldn't necessarily vilify them for that.
Well, I mean, like, look at the effects of fucking like Christianization, especially in parts of Africa where like, you know, women are fucking getting their heads chopped off for like being a fucking witch or some shit.
The funny thing that you bring that up. Have you ever heard like right-wing individuals, probably Jordan Peterson and probably Ben Shapiro, probably a lot of people, they extol this thing about Judeo-Christian values and how like you can look at the difference of the world and be like, Look at the West. Look at America. Look at Europe. This is what happens when you're a Christian or Jew, and look at all these fantastic things that happen.
Judeo-Christian
Do you know
is
what the
not a
second?
thing.
Do you know what roughly 50% of Africa is today?
I'm gonna go with Muslim.
Well, yes, but you know what the other half is.
I'm gonna go with whatever indigenous religion or faith that
What?
exists
No,
there.
it's Christianity.
Oh, damn. Well, I mean, this also. I wonder if I can still pull it up. It's like I think Bad Mouse or somebody else made a video, about MENA, the Middle Eastern, North African. Here we go. Unheard voices of West Asia and North Africa. So maybe I'll just post it in chat for now because it's like 20 minutes long, and I don't know if you really want to watch that right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Let's figure this out. Let's figure the end of this out first, and then if we want to get into that video, I was just pointing up some like Christian terrorist organizations that are in Africa, and it's like,
Dude, look what's going on in fucking Ethiopia right now.
Do you know that Ethiopia is actually one of the very first? Did you know that Ethiopia was Christian like within a decade of the time of Jesus?
Yeah, they have like some of the oldest Christian traditions, like
They
in the
claim that
world.
the
A lot
Ark
of
of the
Jewish
Covenant-
too.
They claim that the Ark of the Covenant is currently in Ethiopia.
Yeah,
There's like a long-standing tradition. I just did this African history class. I had no idea that Christianity had its roots in Ethiopia for that long. Ethiopia is like one of like the OG Christian nations, for real.
You're gonna laugh when I tell you where I found out about like the Ark of the Covenant being in Ethiopia.
Where?
Fucking ancient aliens, bro.
It's not true. It's not necessarily true. It's like a myth. But what I'm saying is that it's within a decade of Jesus Christ allegedly walking this earth. There was Christian kingdoms in what is today Ethiopia, and that's crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and that's the thing. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson don't fucking talk about this. They don't talk about they won't recognize, like, a lot of people like to be like, oh, look at Muslims. They cut people's heads off and they do all this shit. And they look at ISIS. That's what happens with Muslims. It's like, bro, there's Christians committing terrorists, and not even like in the most direct way. Like, look at this anti-Balaka. Like there's,
it's funny that the Tony Blair Faith Foundation.
Look, this is called the Lord's Resistance Army, and it's a heterodox Christian group which operates in Uganda. And they're like literally fucking.
I feel like some not great things have been done under that flag.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't act like there's some like you can't act like there's some kind of like, oh yeah, they're bombing mosques.
Warriors of the Boer Nation.
What does it say?
A white supremacist group, the Warriors of the Boer Nation, claimed responsibility for these explosions in a message sent to an Afrikaans newspaper.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that like there's nothing magic about Judeo-Christian value that just kind of like turns people into like good people. You could be a Christian in war-torn Africa and absolutely victimized by colonialism and repression and everything that we read about with the divide and all that, what that causes in a country. And just because you slap Christian name on it, you're still gonna have fucking this type of fucking unrest.
Have you ever heard of Asin Wirathu?
No.
Okay, dude. Check out this guy. Fucking. Where the fuck is it? So it's not just, Judeo-Christianity, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Okay. Christianity and Islam share a lot, but Judaism,
they share the same God.
What's that?
They share the same God. That's a lot of people don't know this, but when people say Allah,
Oh
and
yeah.
Christian God are the same thing. People like to act like, oh, you know how like they show all the different gods? They act like the Christian God and Allah are two different things. They're not. They're literally the same Abrahamic God.
Yes.
With just a disagreement about whether or not Christ was a prophet or he was the son of God. Isn't that the main distinction between them?
Yeah. Look, Abrahamism, the Abrahamic tradition, that's, like a kind of not. That's a little bit more accurate, right? But Judeo-Christian is not a thing. It is two separate things, two separate traditions, two separate things altogether. Messianic Judaism and all that shit, that's not a thing. That those are fucking cults, and they drive around Brooklyn and like, you know, fucking do a lot of other weird shit.
Who is this person?
Well, that is the Buddhist Osama bin Laden.
Oh my god, dude, Buddhism is really, it's crazy to me. As somebody that's read into Buddhism a little bit, it's crazy that there's like Buddhist like warrior, like Buddhist like political violence, you know what I mean? That like it's that entrenched, and like that's just what happened with like ideology, I guess.
This dude, he wants like race war, bro. He wants like full blown like ethnic cleansing of I think like what the Rohingya, right?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Crazy. So the last thing I have here is the last thing I highlighted here was the Fidel speech that he has in here, because I thought that was an interesting way to cap it off.
Yeah, and Fidel, it's Fidel.
He spits fire on this. Let's not pretend that he doesn't. Johnny, I'm eating. You want to read this for me?
Absolutely. Okay. The Cuban Revolution has sent teachers, doctors, and workers to dozens of third world countries without charging a penny. It shed its own blood fighting colonialism, fighting apartheid and fascism. At one point, we had 25,000 third world students studying in scholarships. We still have many scholarship students from Africa and other countries. In addition, our country has treated more than 13,000 who were victims of the Chernobyl tragedy than all other countries put together. They don't talk about that, and that's why they blockade us. The country with the most teachers per capita of all countries in the world, including developed countries. The country with the most doctors per capita of all countries, one for every 214 inhabitants. The country with the most art instructors per capita of all countries in the world. The country with the most sports instructors in the world. That gives you an idea of the effort involved. A country where life expectancy is more than 75 years. Why are they blockading Cuba? Because no other country has done more for its people. It's the hatred of the ideas that Cuba represents. Have a good night, Frankster.
Yeah, you're the man. Thanks for being here, Frank. I have this thing that I wanted to be internationalism. Cuban medical internationalism. Which is really inspiring. I did a report on this in my public speaking class. After the revolution, Cuba established a program to send its medical personnel overseas, particularly Latin America, Africa, and Oceania, to bring medical students and patients to Cuba for training and treatment, respectively. In 2007, Cuba had 42,000 workers in international collaborations in 103 different countries, of whom more than 30,000 were health personnel, including at least 19,000 physicians. Cuba provides more medical personnel to the developing world than all the G8 countries combined, although this comparison does not take into account G8 development aid spent on developing world healthcare. Cuban missions have had a substantial positive local impacts on the population served. It is widely believed that the medical workers are a vital export to the community for Cuba. According to Grandma, the Cuban state newspaper, the number of Cuban medical staff fell from 50,000 in 2015 to 28,000 in 2020. Something that I do need to read here just for the sake of objectivity. A major criticism of the Cuban Medical International is that the doctors involved in that are sent by Cuba are sometimes sent against their will and with little to no compensation for their services, as opposed to medical international aid from nearly any other country. So keep that in mind, that there is these types of criticisms. You will find testimonies of Cuban doctors that do say that. And there was at one point a parole program set up by George W. Bush that allowed any Cuban doctor working abroad to defect and become a United States citizen. And during the time that there was 7,000 doctors that did defect from their medical service to that, which is a substantial number. I think we have to contend with that. But also I think we need to look at the positives of this whole thing. If I don't have all the information, I just want to make sure that I'm not glossing over everything, or
so long as like the source isn't like Radio Free Havana, you know.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there is 7,000 doctors and dude, you can defect for all types of reasons. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's plenty of doctors that would want to defect just because they can make more money. Some people will have individualist things that like, I don't make that much money in Cuba being a doctor. That's a fact. It's a fact that Cuban doctors don't make anywhere near as much money as you can selling your healthcare in the United States. And Cuban doctors are as good as United States doctors. They're very qualified to be doctors. But, there's probably some that are unhappy with Cuba. I'm not going to say it's all just greedy individualism that does it. There's probably some that are very unhappy with Cuba and know that they could just punch their ticket to the United States because, you know what I mean? Like, people from any country would do that. Any country in the third world, if they knew that you could just be a doctor for free on the state's dime and then punch an immediate ticket to get in the United States. Look at what the global South does to get into the United States. You think of a Mexican dude, or I'm sorry, not just a Mexican dude, but do you think somebody that had a desire to come to the United States to work could just go to medical school for free and then just go immigrate immediately to the United States with no barriers of entry? Do you think there isn't a lot of people in Mexico or Guatemala that would also do that? I'm sure there would be, right?
So long as their medical degree is still recognized, sure.
Right, no, but I'm just saying that this is part of the United States. The United States thing is that if you're a Cuban doctor,
right,
it's specifically for doctors.
Right. So long as I get to continue being a doctor and I make the wages that, like, an American doctor makes, right. I'm certain that there are plenty of people, right, that would give in to that temptation.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, there were plenty of people in Eastern Germany that, like, were educated, right, and even, like, tried to defect early, right, but were told by Western Germany and told by people from the U.S. in Western Germany, that thing I sent you the other day, the Actually Existing Socialism podcast, where, like, the West would tell them, like, no, go get your education, then come back, because, like, East Germany will subsidize your entire education for free and whatnot, right? And you had people that were getting food on the cheap from, the subsidized food that they were given in Eastern Germany and selling it in Western German markets, right? And making, money that, like, the exchange rate was like 4 or 5 times higher. So they were, like, making bank. A lot of the reasons why, like, when you read accounts of why people were pro, dismantling Eastern Germany, is not because they thought that, like, that they would lose their government and they would lose any of the policies of their government. They thought that they would at least just be able to travel, buy drugs, buy blue jeans, shit like that.
So this is kind of what I was saying. George W. Bush created the Cuban Medical Professional Parole Program, specifically targeting Cuban medical personnel and encouraging them to defect while working outside Cuba. 40,000 eligible, 1,000 had entered by 2007. By 2017, more than 7,000 had entered the program. They promised fast-track visa was not always forthcoming, with at least one applicant having to wait a year for his visa, although according to Cuban dissident organization Outside the Barrio, U.S. government has only rejected a handful. And then there's other people that do say that it's the medical program contradicts those efforts to risking harm to the Cuban people. So it is somewhat controversial. But I think it's important to not just scroll. I would not feel right if I was showing you a Wikipedia page and I just scrolled by that part and, you know what I mean, pretend that it wasn't there. So you can do your own research on that if you feel so inclined to. But I will present a balanced view of at least what this. I'm not going to pull up a Wikipedia page and then, like, don't look at that part. You know what I mean? Like,
I will shill hard.
Yeah.
No shame.
So let's get back to the positives here. Cuban surgeon with scrub cap performing an open air operation in Guinea-Bissau in the PAIG liberation movement in 1974. So in 2007, academic study on Cuban internationalism surveyed the history of the program, noting its broad sweep since the early 1960s. Roughly 30,000 Cuban health workers have worked in 37 Latin American countries, 31,000 in African countries, 8,000 in 24 Asian countries. Throughout a period of 4 decades, Cuba sent 67,000 health workers to structural cooperation programs, usually for at least 2 years in 94 countries, an average of 3,350 health workers working abroad every year between 1960 and 2000. This is just numbers. The term disaster tourism, this is interesting, arose in response to a growing number of large-scale natural disasters. The phrase refers to individuals, governments, and organizations who travel to a disaster area with the primary goal of having an experience rather than providing meaningful aid. Such aid is often short-lived and may even get in the way of more serious rescue efforts. Cuban medical internationalism represents a polar opposite to this disaster tourism mentality, with a focus on large-scale sustained aid targeting the most marginalized and underserved populations across the globe. Here's a Cuban doctor in Guinea-Bissau again. rocking the Che beard.
So I don't know if you remember this during COVID. There were Cuban doctors in Brazil, and
Bolsonaro sent them all home.
And then he requested them to return.
What a fucking asshole.
And
So
now he's in the U.S.
Keep in mind, I want this to be highlighted here. In 1960, Cuba sent an emergency brigade to Chile to assist with recovery from the Valdivia earthquake. What does that say in 1960? Does that make you think of it? What does it mean for Cuba to be sending emergency brigades in 1960?
Wait, so what is it? July 15th, 1959?
Exactly, Vlad. That's exactly right. That within 1 year of the revolution, you might think that there was a lot of time that needed to be able to focus here and do all this, and we have to look out for ours right now because we're this new government. No, they hit the ground running by supporting people and sending out emergency brigades to natural disasters. That's exactly what I was referring to. Thank you, Vlad. I appreciate that.
It really fucking did.
Yeah. So the program was officially initiated in 1963 as Cuba's foreign policy of supporting anti-colonial struggles. It began when Cuba sent a small medical brigade to Algeria, which suffered from the mass withdrawal of French medical personnel during the Algerian War of Independence. Some wounded soldiers and war orphans were also transported back to Cuba for treatment. Cuba was able to put this program in place despite half the country's 6,000 doctors fleeing after the Cuban Revolution. So there's only 6,000 doctors in the whole fucking country, and half of them just leave to go to the United States because the United States pretty much said any Cuban can come here. And Castro actually, I think, sent a bunch of them. I think Castro was like, if you want to go, you can go. That's what I've heard, right? Isn't that true that he pretty much just shipped them all off and said, if you want to fucking go?
That's isn't that what the fuck is it? Scarface.
Well, I'm pretty sure Castro also stuck a bunch of the prison population on those boats too. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true or not. But I think also he was like, all right, America, you want to take all these people? I think he emptied the prisons and put them on the boats. I've heard that. I don't know.
You want them, take them. And all they wound up doing was assassinating one guy, and it wasn't Castro.
Yeah. Between 1966 and 1974, Cuban doctors worked alongside Cuban artillery in Guinea-Bissau during its War of Independence against Portugal. Cuba's largest foreign campaign was in Angola, where in 1977, 2 years after the campaign's commencement, only one Angolan province out of 16 was without Cuban health technicians. After 1979, Cuba also developed a strong relationship with Nicaragua. Humanitarianism. In addition to the internationalism, which was driven by foreign policy directives, humanitarian objectives also played a role in Cuba's overseas medical program, with medical teams dispatched to countries governed by ideological foes. For example, in 1960, 1972, and 1990, Cuba dispatched emergency assistance to Chile, Nicaragua, and Iran following the earthquakes. Similarly, Venezuelan's Mission Barrio Adentro program grew out of the emergency assistance provided by Cuban doctors in the wake of the December 1999 mudslides, killing 20,000 people. Cuban medical missions were sent to Honduras, Guatemala, and Haiti following 1998's Hurricane Mitch and Hurricane Georges, and remained there semi-permanently. From 1998 onward, Cuba expanded its international cooperation and helped dramatically. The number of Cuban doctors working abroad jumped from 5,000 in 2003 and more than 25,000 in 2005. In Honduras, the medical personnel had a substantial impact. In the areas they served, infant mortality rates were reduced from 30.8 to 10.8. That's like a 2 times reduction, or that's like a 2/3 reduction per 1,000 live births, and maternal mortality rates dropped from 48.1 to 22.4 per 1,000 live births between 98 and 2003. That's like a 50% reduction. However, as one academic paper noted, the idea of a nation saving lives and improving the Cuban condition is alien to the traditional statecraft and is therefore discounted as a rationale for the Cuban approach. I'm pretty sure what that means is that it's just alien to do this out of charity, right? I think that's what they're saying, that it's traditional statecraft. It's discounted as a rationale that they're doing it strategically, I guess, that doing it on humanitarian grounds just doesn't make sense, right? I think that's what they're getting at.
It's not a separate thing. It's like, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is the Hippocratic Oath I'm supposed to serve. You know what I mean? This isn't some special fucking thing. Whereas here in the US, right? Despite allegedly having a Hippocratic Oath, our healthcare is a business. It is entirely and completely commodified. It is a revenue. It is not something that you do as some sort of common good. And I think that's where, Parenti states Cuba's real sin is that it has tried to develop an alternative to the global capitalist system, an egalitarian socioeconomic order that placed corporate property under public ownership, abolished capitalist investors as a class entity, and put people before profits and national independence before IMF servitude.
So now we continue. 17,000 medical personnel in Guatemala received the Order of the Quetzal, the country's highest state honor. Quetzal is a bird. 2005. It's also the money. The money's called quetzales. I'm sure Sam knows about that. A 2005 attempt by Honduras to expel the Cuban mission on the basis that it was threatening Honduran jobs was successfully resisted by trade unions and community organizations. So Honduras, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Honduras been like the least revolutionary country in like all of Latin America? I feel like I've studied revolutions in like almost all of fucking Latin America, and I don't even know much about. I'm pretty sure Honduras is where they were organizing Castillo Armas's exile forces for their overthrow of Arbenz. I'm pretty sure that was all done in Honduras.
I don't know if I would go with Honduras because, like, wasn't there like that country that was always grayed out on like every statistic map?
I forget what that was. Wasn't it up there by Suriname? Was it French?
Yeah, I think it was Suriname, wasn't
French
it?
Guyana.
It's like French Guyana or like Suriname. Yeah.
What?
I think it was either like Suriname or like French Guyana. Like we hardly ever hear or see like anything.
Oh, which isn't Ghana. It's French Guyana.
French Guyana.
Not
Sorry.
Ghana.
Yeah.
Right? No, I said that. I was just correcting myself.
Oh no, there's a Guyana and French Guyana.
Because Walter Rodney is from Guyana.
Yeah, there's Guyana and French Guyana.
Okay. Well, who the fuck knows? Following the 2004 Asian tsunami, Cuba sent medical brigades to Banda Aceh, which I have no idea what the fuck that is, and Sri Lanka. I know what that is. It's a little island off of India. In response to Hurricane Katrina, Cuba prepared to send this is great. In response to Hurricane Katrina, Cuba prepared to send 1,500 doctors to New Orleans. However, the offer was refused.
Yeah, you know that?
I did know that, but I'm just saying I did a report on this in my public speaking class. I actually still have the video, but it's kind of embarrassing. Several months later, a mission was dispatched to Pakistan following the 2005 Kashmir earthquake. Ultimately, Cuba sent more than 2,500 disaster response experts, surgeons, family doctors, and other health personnel who stayed throughout the winter for more than 6 months. Which is weird. I thought they added this. Maybe it's further low, but actually the situation in Pakistan, not only did they send people, but they built schools in the rural area so that the Cuban doctors could teach rural citizens of Pakistan to be doctors as well. So not only is it just sending the doctors there, but they're actually building schools so that their doctors can teach rural peasants how to be doctors as well, which is pretty incredible.
I don't know. I mean, you brought up that like criticism. It was a valid one. But the good that you keep talking about just seems to keep outweighing any of those.
Dramatic. It's pretty dramatic, right? The amount of good. I have one short video too that's going to show a really inspiring doctor.
All right.
What's wrong? You all right?
I'm good.
You dropped your head like you were like,
what? No, I didn't.
Okay. All right. Cuba helped during the medical crisis in Haiti after the earthquake. 152 medical education personnel in Haiti at Port-au-Prince at the time of the earthquake were reported to be safe, with 2 suffering minor injuries. Ebola, and then there's COVID-19, where they went over into a lot of different places, especially in Italy, when Italy was like really fucked up. Oceania, Kiribati. Man, there's just so much. Like, we'll be here all night, really, if we like.
We really.
If we read through all this, but because there's just so much. This one's great too. Long-term care for 1,800 victims of the Chernobyl disaster, offering treatment for hair loss, skin disorders, cancer, leukemia, and other illnesses attributed to radioactivity. It's crazy that they don't have more information on this, because when I did my report, I thought it was on the Wikipedia page, but they actually took what used to be a resort, which was like this very high-end resort, and they changed it into a children's hospital. So what was once a resort for rich tourists from the United States became a free children's hospital for children suffering from radiation from Chernobyl.
Yeah, I'm sure it was owned by some fucking mafia piece of shit. And
Exactly.
the cool thing is that even though the Soviet Union fell, the deal to continue to offer medical care to those affected by the
Yeah.
Chernobyl, disaster, it still extends to their children and still extends to current citizens of like the Russian Federal Republic or whatever.
Right.
So they're
Since,
still fulfilling a deal for a country that doesn't even exist.
so they went to South Africa in particular after post-apartheid brain trade of doctors. Co-agreement with South Africa has seen hundreds of Cuban doctors practice in South Africa, while South Africa sends medical students to Cuba to study. In 2012, two governments signed another deal, increasing numbers on both sides. Under the deal, South Africa could send 1,000 students to Cuba for training, which South Africa believed will help train the doctors in desperately need for the implementation of its national health insurance scheme. After the 1999 violence in East Timor, the country of 1 million people was left with only 35 physicians and 75 of its population displaced. The number increased to 79 physicians by 2004, and Cuba sent an additional 182 physicians and technicians. From 1960 to 2004, Cuba was involved in the creation of 9 medical facilities in Yemen, Guyana, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Uganda, Ghana, Gambia. Dude, geez, what are they like? Oh, send medical brigades to every country that starts with a G.
Yeah.
Guyana, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Uganda, Ghana, Gambia, Equatorial Guinea, and Haiti. This is where things get a little bit murky. They definitely talk about how much money they make, which is not good, but also you have to look at this within a Cuban context. There's effects, there's benefits, there's costs, there's possible effects on the embargo, and then there are reports of slavery and political coercion. So you can definitely look at this. There is testimonies that make these kinds of claims. I went over that in the beginning, and I also went over the defecting and the professional parole program. But real quick, you can definitely look into all that stuff, and I encourage you to do your due diligence. Let me see. Oh no. This one. kind of interesting. It's this channel called Our Human Planet, which I feel like I've heard of before. It's got 34,000 subscribers. It's not some like little channel, or it's definitely not some like commie channel or anything like that. But I think that had a really, really valuable in two ways, because I think it shows both sides of the situation a lot. That like there's this incredibly like virtuous and inspiring type of spirit to Cuban medicalism, but it also does show like the downside, that it's like, you know, especially in the countryside like that, you know, I know that there's more, I know that some of the rural areas are more troubled than like Havana and Santiago. But, you know, obviously, you know, Cuba is not a wealthy country.
No,
that's a fact. Cuba is not a wealthy country. Neither is Haiti. Neither is, you know, many parts of Jamaica if you're not on the resort. Neither is most of the Caribbean is not a very place. You're going to find a lot of issues in these places. One thing that Cuba has we don't have is literacy and free, you know, and free healthcare and free medicine. And at least, you know, you can look at that and be like, how is a doctor living in conditions like that? And obviously, you know, she could probably come to the United States, and with her advanced medical degree, she probably could make a ton of fucking money. And I think she deserves to. I would love to see her making more money. You know what I mean? Personally, I would like things to improve in Cuba financially. I would like to see Cubans live a more prosperous life. And, but also, you know what I mean? I think we do need to praise what Cuba's doing in terms of everything that I read off about that internationalism. And also, I mean, you know, they are following through on their commitment to providing healthcare to every citizen.
Right. And I think that just lifting the blockade that literally a majority of the world agrees with doing, right? Lifting the sanctions would just increase the standard of living for everybody tremendously, as if it already isn't, right? Pretty fucking good in comparison to other countries, like let's say Grenada, right? Or the other ones that you listed. But I bring up Grenada specifically because, you know, they had Maurice Bishop that attempted the same thing that Cuba had done.
Here's a study that I had found. This paper examines the combined effects of a severe economic decline since 1989 and a tightening of the U.S. embargo in 1992 on health and healthcare in Cuba. Data from surveillance systems for nutrition, reportable diseases, and hospital diagnoses are reviewed. These sources were supplemented with utilization data from the national health system and interviews with health leaders. Results. Changes in Cuba include declining nutritional levels, rising rates of infectious disease and violent death, and a deteriorating public health infrastructure. But despite these threats, mortality levels for children and women remain low. Instead, much of the health impact of the economic decline of Cuba has fallen on adult men and the elderly. Conclusions. To be consistent with international humanitarian law, embargoes must not impede access to essential humanitarian goods. Yet this embargo has raised the cost of medical supplies and food rationing. Universal access to primary health facilities, a highly educated population, and preferential access to scarce goods for women and children help protect most Cubans from what otherwise might have been a health disaster. Here's like the complete article of it as well. I'll put it in there if anybody cares to read through it. There's like graphs and evidence and all that good stuff. But I did just want to throw out there that there is credence to the fact that the embargo is in fact negatively affecting the health of Cubans. Some people say it doesn't. Some people argue that it does not.
You can't.
Well, some people there's certain things that say that embargoes can't impede foodstuffs and medicine, but unfortunately in practice that doesn't actually work. I was reading about it. Apparently there's still medicine and food that can be sold to Cuba, but you have to sign up for a specific license. And just that extra step and red tape. Cuba isn't like a market that a lot of companies are stumbling over to gain access to. You know what I mean? Like, why would you go through and get this additional accreditation to sell your shit to fucking this tiny island of 2 million people that is so impoverished? And you know what I mean? Like, why would I even do that? I have plenty of people that I can sell my medicine to, you know, and that's
and I think like the only other country besides like China that already isn't trying to, you know, step on the toes of the US because they're very sensitive to every little fucking thing that they do.
Very sensitive toes.
Is like the Dutch or something?
I'm gonna have to wrap it up here, but real quick,
like,
can I read this thing about the PRK before I go?
Absolutely.
Do you mind? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's still hanging out from when we were here before, when I tried pulling up that fucking Wikipedia article that I swear to God has been edited to shit since about 2 years ago when I was first working on this project. But I have my own sources here and I have it sourced and everything like that. I wrote this. So immediately following the end of World War II, the Korean people expediently developed a provisional government known as the People's Republic of Korea. PRK/KPR. It's written differently in different things. Sometimes it's PRK, sometimes it's KPR, People's Republic of Korea or Korean People's Republic. Regardless, they mean the same thing. Based on a network of people's committees throughout the peninsula, the PRK proposed an ambitious agenda to achieve Korean independence through a program consisting of, and this used to be on the Wikipedia page, the confiscation without compensation of land
Without compensation.
with Japanese and collaborators, free distribution of that land to the peasants, rent limits on the non-redistributed land, nationalization of such major industries such as mining, transportation, banking, and communication, state supervision of small and mid-sized companies, guaranteed basic human rights and freedoms, including those of speech, press, assembly, and faith, universal suffrage to adults over the age of 18, equality for women, labor law reforms, including 8-hour workday, a minimum wage, and prohibition of child labor, and establishment of close relations with the United States, USSR, United Kingdom, and China, and a positive opposition to any foreign influence interfering with domestic affairs. I have a source down there for that. If anybody wants to see the source, I'm not just making anytime that I have this, because I was trying to do this for a video. So if you look at this, when there's something like where it says 12, right? I did this as like a way of organizing. So yeah. Oh, see, look, so everything's numbered right here. So like everything is a source. So whenever you see 12, this is all the sources for everything. These are all the books that I have, all the articles that I've written. So just know that I ain't fucking around over here. And this isn't some shit that I just fucking sloshed together as a fucking hack. Okay. Within days of Japan's surrender, the Korean people sprang into action and politically organized themselves. According to Merrill Benninghoff, which was the U.S. Occupation Authority, the members of the PRK considered themselves the new government. They released political prisoners and assumed responsibility for public safety, food distribution, and other government functions. There's a source for that. Organized all over the country under the PRK, the People's Committees operated as a de facto government in all but 7 of Korea's 123 counties. So out of all of Korea, this is not just North Korea. This is the entirety of Korea. Every county in Korea, aside from 7 of them. So that's what percentage of 123 is 7? It's like over 90%. Had the People's Committee enacted. By December 1945, 2,500 People's Committees. Now, I already talked about up here the People's Committees, which were kind of like Soviets or worker committees or whatever. Now it just says PC because I've already mentioned it once. Formatted at all levels of society, forming a new grassroots government. In addition to the PCs, People's Committees, more than 1,000 labor unions were created, giving rise to the National Council of Korean Labor Unions, which is called Chonpyong. That's what it's called in Korean. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, with over 500,000 members. According to American government officials, the People's Committees preserved peace and collected necessary taxes, took a census and assembled other vital statistics, and prevented looting, bloodshed, and rioting, as well as mobilizing armed defense units. Upon arrival to Korea, U.S. officials would discover an abundance of factories being run autonomously by Korean citizens. For example, 42 of 50 factories in the South Jeolla province were being operated successfully by workers' councils. A Christian Science dispatch indicated that the so-called People's Republic, composed of socialist and communist elements, enjoys far more popular support than any other single political group. Throughout the country, these councils were taking matters into their own hands and resuming production, sometimes at greater rates of efficacy than compared to production under Japanese occupation. Between 1 and 2 million workers could be involved in these councils and were major supporters of the PRK. Delegates from all over the country would congregate in Pyongyang to lay the foundation for elections that would create a national government, an aspiration that would never culminate. As Korea was arbitrarily divided along the 38th parallel, the existing and functional PRK would be discordantly received by its newly appointed overseers. To the south, the United States would immediately outlaw the existence of the PSK in favor of an American military government. People's Committees would be forcibly disbanded and its leaders arrested. Alternatively, in the north, the PRK was recognized by the Soviets and would be incorporated into the political structure. The People's Committees would be upheld in the policies of land redistribution, industry nationalization, labor law reform, and equality for women. The northern provinces had the most significant people's committees since the USSR did not interfere with their affairs, unlike the USA, who outlawed them in the South. In the words of historian George Katsafiakis, I'm sorry, I hate these Greek names. They're killing me today. For decades, anti-communist ideologues portrayed the northern zone as under the Russian boot, despite the robust empirical data documenting the PC's democratic self-governing reality. So remember what I was trying to say before is that these weren't just like some like sham government by the Soviets. Yeah. This is saying right here, one of my favorite historians on this. I don't know if you remember that Asia's Unknown Uprisings book. That's this guy, George Katsafiakis, stating that these were not under the boot of the Soviets. They were democratic and self-governing.
Yeah, because they always make it seem like, especially with the GDR and stuff, that like the Soviets just kind of inserted some Russian guy in there. Like, here's your new fucking mayor or like local governor. Fucking praise him.
I'm going to keep going. According to the testimony given to U.S. intelligence officials, Koreans from the North reported that the Russians themselves do not mix in local administration. American intelligence sources also described the Soviet presence as a limited occupation and reported that lack of any move to establish a central government. I have sources for both of these. I'm sure if I highlighted them, it doesn't matter. In addition to smothering the fledgling PRK, the United States would collude with the Japanese. Okay, so now I'm just going into like how they colluded with the Japanese, but this is all information that I have here. Let's see what those sources are. I'm just curious. 68 and 69. I'm kind of proud of this now that I'm reading it. It's written. Do you think it's written all right?
Dude, I think that fucking Noah and whatever the other guy's name is from Blowback, they would be like so proud.
Well, now it sucks because I've had this since 2021, and now I feel like if I continue with this project, I'm just biting off Blowback. I can't even listen to it because it upsets me so much that like they're talking about Bruce Cummings, which right here, if you look at these sources, origins, this is Bruce Cummings' origins of the Korean War, which was what?
They interview him like he's on the podcast.
Wait, they actually talked to Bruce Cummings?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain they have Bruce Cummings on the podcast.
Dude, I was like a Bruce Cummings stan, and like, dude, I was like, there was nothing online about this. I was like, dude, I'm gonna crush this fucking Korea thing. This is how many pages? This is 41 pages. Look, you see it at the bottom there? I wrote this 41 fucking pages of fucking sourced, organized fucking. I read 10 books at least.
I think we should. I'm going to at some point reach out to one of them on Twitter or whatever, email them and be like, can you please come on so that like I can just.
I love those guys. I love Blowback. Blowback is fucking incredible, but I swear to God, I can't listen to the Korea one.
I know.
And it's not because it's wrong. It's because it's exactly the tree that
it
I was
literally is. There's everything that you have said I've already heard about.
It tortures me, dude. It tortures me.
I know.
Because my girlfriend was listening to it, and I'd walk in the kitchen while she was listening to it. And I'm like, are they talking about Bruce Cummings? Are they talking about Sigmund? And I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, I was right there. And what really burns me is that if I would have actually committed myself more to this and maybe produced something, that I would have at least been out ahead of it. But that's life. I don't know what to say.
Because it was like so thorough. I don't think there was any way you were gonna beat them on their like timeline. But
no, but at least I could say that I wasn't inspired by that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like at least I could have been like
Famous Horse. He does shit on Korea like all the time, and he's just like there are some streamers that are just straight up like listening to episodes of Blowback like
Vlad,
stream.
actually, I'm glad you're still here, Vlad, because you remember earlier when I was showing that Wikipedia article, and you were like, what's the source for that sentence right there? And I'm like, exactly. Trust me, I was all over that shit when I heard it. And they even, how they showed the two sources, like 1 and 2, and one was Bruce Cummings' origins. The two things that I just said there, which weren't even just his things, it was quotes by Christian missionary dispatches and like U.S. intelligence. So like I was quoting him, but quoting them, and I have the sources for that. Like what they were trying to say in that Wikipedia article is bullshit. They're just trying to paint the North as a complete like Soviet shill. And at least from the research that I read, not only from Bruce Cummings, but also from George Kalifakakis or whatever his name is, both agree in terms of like the self-governing democratic nature of the people's committees.
Don't ever make the mistake of asking Pat to cite his sources, because he will.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. So we're done here. I think this might have been like our longest stream. I'm not sure.
Oh, definitely is, dude. It's like it's almost 10:15. We are at 4 hours and 35 minutes.
I've barely been able to eat my seitan.
Just fucking eat, bro.
I can't while I'm talking. I'm like going on like fucking diatribes. I can't like eat while I'm talking. Yeah, well, Vlad, I don't think that it was maybe they were using that. See, the thing is that they had the paragraph and it ended with two sources, and they might not have been saying that both sources both said the same thing. It might have been like one portion of the statement they make was corroborated by Origins, and the other portion was corroborated by like whoever the other guy is. But I promise, I've read Origins, and I'm just maybe I'm being charitable. Maybe they are just fucking being dishonest. And not only that, they're edited by fucking human beings that might have their own slant. I doubt that those fucking Wikipedia editors have read through all of the it's a 2-part journal. There's Origins 1 and Origins 2, and they are long academic papers. It's not like a little book that you pick up. Like they probably didn't read the whole thing ever, but I promise you, I've read them, and they are the way that they paint the Soviets in North Korea, most people would never believe it. Most people would never believe that they were as benign as Bruce Cummings describes them as. So maybe I'm being too charitable, but nobody could read Origins and come out with that conclusion, I promise. Or at least in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm exhausted. I'm hungry. I have work in the morning. I had a lot of fun, but we must go. But the good news is it is the year 2023. And with the new year comes new
third day
of Subversive History streaming. So here's how we're going to do it for anybody that's still here and hanging out and cares about this. Where we were following a schedule of streaming every Wednesday and Sunday, we will be adding a third day. I'm going to put it over on this hand because it's different. So we're still going to have our 2 days where we do our book report, chapter analysis, interactive podcast thing, where we dedicate these 2 days to reading the book and concentrating on the book. This one day that we're adding, which will be on Fridays, is going to be just a relaxed stream. We don't have to do research. I don't have to put together a PowerPoint. I don't have to do a presentation. Very likely I will end up on tangents where I bring up old Google Docs that I have laying around and read things that I've written and go into Wikipedia shit and do all that. I guarantee you that we're going to spur off down rabbit holes and all those things. But the thing is it's not going to be formal. We're going to come in. We can do QAs. We can do current events. We can fuck around. We can watch maybe some new cool, like, lefty YouTube video drops. We'll watch that video or just shit like that, shit that's chill, shit that's audience directed, whatever the fuck we want to do. I don't have to prepare. I don't have to stress about it and read more and write more and things like that. So just cool, chill vibes, Friday vibes where we're just going to hang out and bullshit and, do whatever feels right. Maybe even interview some people. We also wanted to keep that slot open in case we get somebody that wants to interview us and we don't have to break the book report stream to do an interview. So big things popping year 2023, Subversive History. We've resurrected the Facebook page. Go shoot us a like on the Facebook page. Is that around or anything like that? If you can like our Facebook page, our Twitter, and our YouTube page, that would be awesome. If you could shoot us a like, follow, or a subscription on Twitch, that would be cool too. We do all this regardless of money. We said that we would already take off ads if possible. We have everything at the lowest possible that it can be, including our subscription rate, right? Didn't we get to choose how low that could be? And we chose the lowest one.
Yeah, I think so. Or something like, no, we chose like something about ads. I don't know, because our producer, their schedule changed. So
yeah,
I don't know. I'm kind of like,
we're doing our best. We're doing our best. But if you could like or subscribe, I know it's the first of the year. I think some people said, I know it's the new year. I think some people said that your Twitch Prime subscriptions like reset in the new year or something like that. I know there was a couple people saying in chat that they were, whoa.
What?
Look at that. On Sunday here in Brazil, we had Lula's presidential inauguration. It was very emotional. Wow. That must have been incredible.
Yeah, what is it? Vive Lula? Sorry, I'm terrible at Portuguese, but I'm very much in support of Lula. I think he's going to do great. Can't wait for the accusations of him being a Beijing puppet.
Obrigado, Vitor. I only know very few Portuguese words, and I know obrigado, so I'm just going to say obrigado, Vitor, and obrigado, Lula. So yeah, and Vitor, I'm sorry if you just came in and we're about to sign off. We've been streaming for like 5 hours now. It's like past 10 o'clock at night. I have work tomorrow morning. I'm still hyped up. I kind of want to get more into more stuff, but I know that I can't. You guys got me on a roll tonight. But now that we have an additional day, we'll get it popping on Friday, and we'll talk about more stuff. I love everybody. Like I said, like, follow, subscribe, whatever the usual thing is that streamers say. Check out the YouTube, check out the Twitter, check out the Facebook page. The links should be somewhere. I don't really know where they are.
I feel like, were we supposed to like run an ad? Do we have to manually do that? I have no idea. Chat, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
If I have to manually run the ads, I'm just not. I thought that we said that there's one in the beginning and then we don't have to do it.
I don't fucking know. From now on,
We'll ask
chat,
Lily at some point. If we
you
don't
see
run
an
ads,
ad,
we don't.
let us know. We'll just sit there in silent.
Yeah.
Like, so
All right.
fucking have a good night, Pat.
Come back Friday. Come back Friday,
what
please.
Time Friday wait, what time Friday are we streaming?
Well, I work on Friday. I would say the earliest I can get on for the actual stream would be like 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't work Fridays.
What?
I don't work Friday.
All right. Cool. Well, check us out Friday if you have anything. And also, I want chat and the people that follow us. If you have any questions or topics that you want to talk about, even if we know nothing about it, we can like look them up. We can bullshit about it. Just bring some stuff. Question. AMA, whatever.
Bring the stuff. Follow us on this collapsing platform known as Twitter.
All right.
Follow us on Facebook. You'll know you're at the right one when you see a bunch of Michael Parenti posts.
Exactly. All right. I love everybody. I'm hyped up. I'm gonna try to bring myself down to go to bed.
Yeah, I got work. I have to go to bed in like an hour. I have work in the morning.
Yeah, me too. All right. Thanks for being here, everybody. See you soon. Bye.
All right, everybody. Let's see. Where are we going? Fuck it. Let's send y'all to fucking Ben or Famous Horse. All right. If you want someone else, let me know now. I don't care. Raid. All right. This is our longest stream to date. Love you all. Thank you so much. We'll see you Friday for some bullshit. Al salam, stay strong out there.